Alrighty. Just about ready to go. We need to start remembering where we left off. I went ahead and did stuff on the devotion earlier. So that we'll have to come back to. Okay. Go ahead and toss this on that. Yeah. So we left off. Well, let's just recap as we go through. So we have the R99 getting a buff. Well, everything's getting a buff, but in order for the R9 not to be completely fucking pointless, if I buff everything else to where I want it to be, then there's no room for the R9. So the flat line is getting a 200 millisecond buff. The R9 is getting about a 300 millisecond buff. I think it's 280 to be exact. It's going from 1.18 to 0.94. So 240 millisecond buff. So that should be the biggest buff in general. And then that also, because it's the fastest going gun of the game that's most commonly used, the overall time to kill is going to be impacted by about a quarter of a second. So everything should kill about 1/4 of a second faster than it did before, which is not super noticeable. It will definitely mean an adjustment period, and you're going to die more often than you did in new situations, and that will require a learning curve. But is it enough to make Apex feel like Call of Duty? Fuck no. No, not even close. You don't have to worry about that. These 240 milliseconds is not enough to make it feel like Call of Duty. It should be like, I think one of the slower killing guns in Call of Duty kill in like 800, and then we're still 140 behind that. So it's gonna feel like if Warzone only had the shittiest guns in the game, that's closer to what Apex would feel like. Not exact, it'd be even slower than that. But if you took the shittiest gun in Warzone and tried to shoot someone with it, that's the time to kill that you're looking at. So yeah. And so, and even to the head, it's still a very small improvement. I think if we looked at, we did last episode, by the way, we compared my R9 headshot time to kill to the current R9 headshot time to kill, and it was almost exactly the same. It was like less than 100 milliseconds off, and mine is just a little bit faster. So, and it's going to be the same difficulty of doing it. So basically, you're just going to get faster time to kills to the body, and you're going to notice it for sure, but it's not going to be enough to make you feel like, oh, this is an Apex Legends. It's not going to be enough. You will notice it. It's not going to go like, it's not going to be a stealth patch that goes like, oh, I didn't even know they changed that. You're going to know. You're going to know that the guns changed for sure. But nothing's going to feel broken once you figure out how everything feels. Like when Apex first came out, we couldn't really figure out what was good and what wasn't until we spent time getting to use all the guns. And so the same thing's going to happen. It's going to be like having a brand new game out. It doesn't mean that it's going to feel like a different game. It's going to feel like Apex as well, maybe even Apex 2. But there's going to be a time where you're going to have to realize that like a lot of the guns in this meta are viable. A lot. If not, hopefully the goal is for every gun to have a place, every gun to do well in certain scenarios. That's the goal. But you're going to find out that a lot of these guns and a lot more weapons are usable and formidable, and you're going to find success overall a lot more in Apex because of a faster time to kill, because of everything else that we're working on as well. So generally speaking, I think these should be changes that you're happy with, but they're going to take time to learn. So to continue with making them is that we wrapped up the SMGs. These have body shots and headshots now. You're going to notice that the RE45 doesn't have a slot for headshot. That's because we have removed the headshot multiplier from the RE45 and also the limb fall off from the RE45. So the RE45 is always going to be that consistent 1.05 second time to kill. This is going to help differentiate it from the other guns in the SMG category, while also not making it broken. So there's that. The Volt is getting a nerf in comparison, but a buff overall, right? The Volt kills in 1.18 seconds. I'm reducing that down to 1.06. A headshot in 0.98. That's probably a little bit of a nerf from the headshot damage because of how high of a headshot multiplier it tends to have. But realistically, not that big a deal. So that's where we want it to end up, where the Volt to the head is gonna tie an alternator to the body and lose to an R9 to the body. This is because I want the Volt to be more of an AR. This is going to be the most AR SMG there is, like it pretty much currently is. But that also means that should come at the sacrifice of close range time to kill. So that if an R9 is within 20 meters of you and you can't keep them at bay with that Volt, then you're at risk of losing that gunfight because of that. But at the same time, you have to remember the rate of fire difference, the magazine capacity difference, is that the ease of use of the Volt is higher than the R99, which doesn't mean that if you get pushed up on, that you're just dead. It doesn't mean that. It means that if that player is highly skilled or just gets lucky, then they will be able to kill you. Not that no matter what you're going to lose. The Volt can still absolutely beat the R99, because if the R99 has to reload, then the R99 dies. That's just how it works with the R99, is you either one clip them and survive, or you have to reload and die. That's basically it. And sometimes you get away with switching weapons if you're both missing, but if one player is missing and one player isn't, there isn't time to switch weapons, you just die. So that's still going to be the case between the Volt and R99. So there is going to be a balance between the two. It's just going to be a further separation. The Volt isn't going to be that obvious go-to SMG. It will stay that way for some people. Of course it will. But it doesn't mean that it's going to literally tie the R99. Like, there's a very small difference, and that difference can be exploited, and that difference will show up. So it's a noticeable difference for pro players. It's noticeable. For other players, you probably won't be able to tell. But for players that are experienced, for players that grind and play the game a lot, or that are used to competitive first-person shooters, they will be able to tell. And they very well might prefer the R99, with the alternator being the best of both. Right, care package gun, so best of both. Meaning Prowler goes back into ground loot. In case I need to assume that you guys have watched the episodes, but I'm looking at the views, and some episodes are doing fantastic, like 20 views, and then others are getting like 6 or 7. So, if there is stuff that you have missed in those episodes, because I'm just kind of covering stuff as I'm trying to repeat the important stuff, just in case people come to this episode first. But I highly recommend that you guys don't come to this episode first. Go to the beginning of the series and just kind of chill, do whatever, and cover from there, or ask questions, because I see some people coming by and just kind of leaving super fast because they probably don't agree with, or maybe don't care about what I'm saying, and that's understandable too. But if you don't agree with it, then let me know, because I can help with that. I can help explain a lot of this stuff and decisions that we're making, and the the obvious answer for people watching the repeat is if you don't understand or don't like it, then watch the other episodes, because anything I've done up to this point, I guarantee I have overexplained. So that's just kind of how it is. The devotion we're skipping. The hemlock, we have some stuff for that. Oh, that was for that H was for the havoc. Okay, and we already went ahead and put all those in. So those are done. Next, we need to write in the hemlock and get that at 1.1, so 1.15, or to 1.14 rather, the hemlock, and same for the wingman. I considered letting the wingman kill faster to the head, but then I realized that that's probably a bad idea. And I was kind of looking at the time to kill of the wingman, and I was considering slowing it down, is keeping the wingman a higher skill weapon. And as an AR, it's still going to be a higher skill weapon, but I also have it beating LMGs. And currently in Apex, it doesn't, by the way. The wingman in current state of Apex Legends is behind pretty much every gun. The wingman in current stances is 1.73, 1.77 range. And the Spitfire, which is one of the slower killing guns, is at 1.6 to 1.65. So it loses to the chest shot for shot to a lot of guns. And with a slower rate of fire, it's not as forgiving. So you would want to think of where I have the R301 anvils, this is where the wingman is. And so there's quite a few guns in the game. In fact, beside the Devotion, the A10, the P2020, and yeah, so there's maybe on this list, there's maybe 5 guns in this whole category this way. So about that many guns, if you include, because I'm on the wrong cell highlighted. So that's a good amount of guns in the game that the wingman kills slower than to the body. And what saves it is headshots, is that if you can land a headshot or 2 headshots and you drastically reduce your shots to kill, then it becomes very competitive because of the 2 times headshot multiplier. And I really struggled with, should I leave the wingman at, basically a 2x or maybe a 1.75 and have it killing in the 1.4 range, maybe after the A10 before the Devotion, and still have it lose to LMGs unless you hit headshots. But that would not necessarily ruin its multiple enemy potential, but it kind of leaves it in this weird gap where in competitive play it doesn't have a place, and in casual play it barely gets used because it's such a high skill gun. And the wingman's a cool gun, it's got a great sound, it's got a cool reload, it's got pretty good skins. So I would love to see it used more in casuals, and I would like to see it have a place in some competitive play, because just because it's a handgun doesn't mean it needs to be bad, and given that it's a wingman on heavy ammo and the way that they've designed it and done sound design and stuff like that, it sounds like a big hefty gun and it should have a competitive time to kill. But unfortunately, it kind of doesn't. And I know you've seen clips of people, completely melting with the wingman. You're like, what are you talking about? This thing kills unbelievably fast when you hit every single shot. And that's true. But when you want to look at people hitting every single shot, the wingman still kills slower, right? So that just means that just because the wingman looks like it's beaming people doesn't mean that other things don't still beam faster. Other guns can still kill significantly faster than the wingman, even though the wingman can beam. So that doesn't necessarily, that isn't a merit for it not getting a buff, because just because it kills really fast, it kills fast in Apex. For every other game you've ever played, it's pretty slow, So, and even for Apex, it's slow. If you only do bodies, it's a pretty slow time to kill. When you see people get the really fast time to kills, it's because they get 1, maybe even 2 headshots, and then it kills really fast. So that's where I was kind of hoping to reduce the skill ceiling on the wingman, while still letting it shine in headshots, but that would also mean giving it a much better headshot time to kill than what I currently have it at here. So I'm just not quite sure, but this is really close. 1.38 to like 1.42. That's a really similar time to kill. Like really similar. Like this is close enough that the P2020 could beat a wingman if the wingman misses one shot. Like because of how much extra time it would take to hit another shot. Like there is that, but obviously the wingman is way better to the head. But I was also considering putting the wingman even down here to the head, and putting it maybe in line with that to make it really have that big skill ceiling to it, where you can be competitive to the body and it's still usable to the body. But if you wanted a super strong time to kill, then headshots are gonna be the way to go. And I think that's probably the right way to go with the wingman. I think a lot of people would be upset if I just made it kind of a mediocre handgun that didn't reward headshots as well as it used to. So even though the wingman would be better and it would be a buff, I think I would still have people saying I destroyed the wingman because of the satisfaction and the reward that comes from hitting headshots. So I think that's going to be the route we have to take. So we're just going to speed that up from 1.10 to 1.0 to 1.5 and have that be more in line with the rest of the ARs. Like that way it would tie the flatline in R3 to the head basically. And then the Havoc we already did, so we have to do, well, we did Havoc double tap. Now we have to just repeat that with the regular Havoc. So there's that, and whatever that needs to be. We had that approximately at 1.2 to 1.24. I don't know how that's going to work out. So we have to do that one based off what we did before. Spitfire we had being fairly rewarding to the head. Not as rewarding as everything else, but fairly rewarding to the head at 1.15 to 1.19. And the P2020 we have pretty slow. This is 1 point. I think I might even slow it down even further, but I'd say if this was between 1.25 to 1.35, I'd be happy. Any range in there. The A10 we wanted to give a 1.3 headshot. That's not super rewarding, but this is a super high rate of fire LMG. If it beamed to the head and like really beat stuff, then like it would feel really, really broken. So for now, especially like at launch, this needs to be a shorter headshot to let people get used to the weapon and how they prefer to use it. And then we can give buffs if we need to based on how this would play out in the meta. But for the most part, yeah. And then we'll do those first because the marksman rifles and stuff I'm on the fence about. I'm honestly just not sure what to do with all of this because the triple, like, and especially the triple take, that being a 2-shot headshot against level 3 helmet, I don't think that's going to be the case. So, well, this is actually against level 2 helmet. So, like, it's a rough one because against level 2, that makes sense to be a 2-shot headshot, but at the same time, level 3 doesn't spawn on the ground, so people won't have it. Potentially, which is going to be a really hard thing to put up with if you have level 2 and they have level 3 and you're both sniping. You're a whole shot easier than they are, which is enough for sure. That's a significant power disparity with the DMRs and the snipers. So I don't necessarily want that, but at the same time, that's what we have right now. You have 2-shot headshots with a lot of these guns. And I feel like it needs to be 3 with level 2 helmet, but level 2 helmet's fairly common, so it's going to be really hard to use the DMRs if level 2 helmets make it 3-shot headshot. Like that's rough. It would bring out a really good place for the Sentinel. Because the Sentinel would be a 1 to 2-shot headshot all the time, and the longbow would be a 2 to 3-shot headshot, and basically mostly a 3-shot headshot, and so the triple take. So for the triple take and longbow to be mostly a 3-shot headshot and the sentinel to be a 2-shot headshot or less, that would be a pretty easy way to carve the super long range stuff to the sentinel and then leave the mid to long range to the DMRs the way that I'm intending. Because having to be that accurate to the head, that's pretty rough. And like, I think as long as it's like, we'd have to look into what the headshot damage is going to be as well, with it being a 3-shot headshot, because that's the important part. As long as headshots are reducing the shots to kill, then that's fine. Like if 1 headshot and 2 body shots still makes it a 3-shot kill, then that can be totally fine. Because currently to the body, I have it as like a 4-shot kill. So I need to make sure, or whatever it is. I think it might even be a 3-shot. I think it's a 3-shot to the body. It is. The longbow is a 3-shot to the body. This is a 2-shot right here. So this is 3-shot. This is 2-shot. So I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think anything that I do with the longbow is going to make it a headshot body shot. I don't think that's going to be a thing. It would definitely be headshot body body, but that's already body body body. So there's just not a lot of room to aim for the head unless I make it a 2-shot headshot against level 2 and then 3-shot against level 3. But if I make it that, then it's a really fast time to kill with amazing range potential compared to what we've had. And I can just see people going like, this is awful, you know, like, because they're going to be getting two tapped running through the open in ways that they've never been in Apex. Never. Like, at further ranges than ever because of the muzzle velocity increases. So for the health of the game, I think it needs to be a 3 because of how much easier it will be. But then there's no rewarding the headshot because the body TTK needs to be that low for it to be competitive and for it to be a realistic, you know, approachable concept for snipers. Because if I make it a 4-shot, then we're looking at like over a 2-second time to kill, which is like already an issue in Apex. Like the snipers are garbage because they're all well above 2.5 seconds in TTKs to the body, so that they can have realistic headshot impact and have, you know, not super broken headshot time to kills compared to the overall length of the time to kill in the game. So it needs to be either like a way faster rate of fire, which is not going to fly at all. Like I know that won't go well. Or it has to be a higher damage with a similar rate of fire to make it a 3-shot to the body. But then that also means like no, like headshots would be completely unimpactful on what you do, beside giving you a potential for a 1 body to 1 head if they're already weak. So like that's just kind of how it goes. Like maybe it gives you at lower armor, but just not level 3. Like that could be a fine balancing point. If it was like level 2 armor or level 1 armor and they had level 2 helmet, and it would like, that would make it go to a 2-shot kind of thing. Like maybe that would work. But level 2 armor, level 1 armor is already a 2-shot, but level 3 isn't. So level 3 might be enough where with a headshot it would, yeah, I think that definitely would. It definitely would. It would make it headshot body shot with blue if they were all blue. Maybe even level 3 helmet blue, we'll have to see. And then it would definitely make it a 3-shot by the time they hit purple. And that would give the longbow a pretty good fall off of power. Because unfortunately we had to put the longbow up to 74 damage, which makes it a 2-shot kill with my new health pool. So we could also, to fix that, reinstate the health pool as is, because they would be left with 2 health at 74. Basically, not necessarily, it would be a gamble. In early game, odds are, anyway, with how weak people end up getting, especially near drop, like, I think odds are, no matter what I do, whether it was a 150 or 140, 2 health is not enough to merit like re-engineering everything just so it's not a guaranteed 2-shot kill. when practically 2 damage, like that's gonna be practically a 2-shot kill anyway. There's not much harm in guaranteeing it when it's a 2 damage difference. So I might as well keep it because it's everything. All the other work I did, I'd have to redo, and so. And if I lowered the longbow down to 70, then maybe. But then I just don't like that the longbow and triple take hit for like the fucking same. Like there's no benefit to picking them. There's no advantage for one over the other. So it's just kind of annoying. And yeah, it's just kind of annoying. And I could make, yeah, no, it's just not in the cards. A 3-shot body with a similar rate of fire. That's just kind of how it has to go. And I could put the longbow down to 60 instead of it being 60, 60, 69. That would work. And then that would give it, yeah. Because right now, like, I just don't like how little the longbow slaps for. Like, it just doesn't have a lot of oomph to it. And I want to give it more oomph. But, I mean, maybe that's just the way to go. So let me rework the body on the longbow. This is going to happen a lot, so I just need to double check it. I have it at 75, so it would be a 2-shot anyway. But if I put it down to 60, that'd still be a 3-shot kill. That would put that to a 3-shot. That would put that to a 3-shot. It would basically just always be a 3-shot kill, except against red, it'd be a 4. That's not bad. I put it down to 60. Triple take stays at 69. Longbow goes up to 60. No rate of fire adjustment needed, except this would go to 51, which makes that 3, which makes that 4, which makes that 4, which makes that 4. Okay, so it's never a 5, which is good. But against fortified, but fortified should be a good buff against snipers. Okay, 60 might be the better route to go. And then that will let me have a better headshot multiplier, so they feel more impactful without being too crazy. I still can't make it a 2-shot kill, but I can have the headshot do up to 89 before it starts going to a 2-shot kill. So I can have headshots do like 85, 89, maybe even 89 on the dot. And that way, headshots will... What would be 89 and 60? That's 149. Wow, okay. So that would make it a 2-shot body. Okay. Wow. That's not even enough to reduce the shots to kill on level 2. Because if I go to 90, then it becomes a 2-shot headshot, guaranteed. So if I go to 89, then that means no matter what, it's going to be a 3-shot kill, because 89 times 3 is 260. 89 times 2 is 178. So it basically guarantees a 3-shot headshot with situational 2-shot headshots, but not like always going to be. Like there's a chance that it isn't, especially against fortified, because it wouldn't be 89 fortified to be 89 base. So yeah, that's a rough one, because it's just the rate of fire is too high for that to be the case, for that to really affect it. And if I slow the rate of fire down too much, it's going to be the sentinel. So I can't, like, if the longbow and the sentinel already have super similar rate of fires, already super similar, like 1.45 versus 1.25, not a huge difference. Not a huge difference whatsoever. And 82 is interesting. Well, yeah, it's because of anvils. It's because of anvils. I could just not do anvils and just leave the sentinel at 105 without anvils. But no, then there's just nothing to bridge that, 69 to 105 gap. Those anvils are really helpful. And 82 is enough to feel impactful for sure. 70 against fortified is enough to feel impactful for sure. Like, I can't give the Sentinel that big of a buff to just make it what it is with anvils. Like, that. It's reasonable for other games, but it's not reasonable for Apex. So, I can't do that, even though that would save me the trouble of what I'm having with the longbow, because the rate of fire is just too similar. But again, like I want another reason to use the longbow other than that. Like the triple take is at 1.65. Yeah, all of those snipers are super similar. Maybe the longbow does need to have a faster rate of fire. It can't be too fast. It's gonna feel like the G7, but like I could leave it at a 4-shot with more impactful headshots. And then at a 2 rate of fire, it would still feel very different than the G7. And it would be more in line with what everything else is. But a 2 is only enough to make it go to 1.95. It needs to be a bit faster. It'd have to go to 2.2. Yeah, it would have to go to 2.2 to be the same rate of fire. And I don't know, a bop with the longbow, like that's a significant rate of fire change. You have to remember 2.2 times 60 is 132. The longbow currently doesn't do that. It's much slower. Why do you not have the rate of fire? Seriously? Why does it not have a rate of fire here? Seriously? Come on. Okay, well, what about Titanfall 2? Fire rate of 30. Well, I don't know what that would mean comparatively. So twice as fast as the Kraber. Okay. Well, I can live with that relation. Whoops. Well, twice as fast as the Kraber. The Kraber is about that fast. So 0.9 times 60 would be 54. Times 2 would be 108. This would be faster. It'd be more than 2 times faster than the Kraber. By half a shot per second. Realistically, with recoil, that would not be an issue. But then with recoil, a 4-shot kill would have the same time to kill issue, where at range that would not be possible, even though it would be up close. At range, it would definitely require a 5th shot, which would ruin the TTK, but not nearly as much. If it was 5, how long would it take? 2.27. That's still competitive. If it took a 5th shot, that still keeps up with the Sentinel. It keeps up with the Kraber. So that you could have a good amount of recoil, making it take, if you missed, it would still be pretty competitive with other snipers. It would not be anywhere near competitive, and is not currently competitive with the other guns in the game. But against other snipers, it would still be fine. The triple take, if you miss a shot, goes to 2.27, so that would be the same. It's exactly the same. Or rather, if you don't miss, I guess if you miss a shot against non-fortified, then it would be the same. So that would give the longbow and triple take a pretty good purpose. Would let the longbow not have a charge down time, faster rate of fire. It would have to go back down to 55 body damage to make it a 4-shot kill. But that could work, which is just a buff to the fire rate, because I know it doesn't shoot 2.2 shots per second right now. That's a huge buff to the fire rate. I would say the longbow right now is just over 1 shot a second. Like just over, like likely 1.25. What I have the Sentinel at is probably what the longbow is at. And I just worry about the thing, the backlash of making it do 2.2 because of how conditioned everyone is for snipers in this game to be garbage. Like, that's gonna feel super strong. 2.2 shots per second is gonna feel super strong. To be able to pull that trigger more than once a second, and significantly more than once a second, that's gonna make people go, what the fuck just happened to the longbow? This is amazing and dope. And that's the benefit of upping the damage instead of the rate of fire, is that the rate of fire would make missing shots punishing, but this is now the fastest firing sniper by a long shot, which is going to mean it's the most forgiving sniper, which means it's going to be the first sniper to be called broken. Very first sniper to be called broken. Even though the time to kill is super slow compared to everything else, it's just not as slow as it is now. This is still 1 second faster than what the longbow currently is. Still 1 second faster, but and that's still half a second behind everything else in the meta, easily. Almost a whole second behind some of the things in the meta. Twice as long as the R99, which is really reasonable for a sniper to kill in twice the amount of time as an SMG to the body. Super reasonable, common in video games even. And yet, because of how conditioned everyone is in Apex, this would be called broken before the R99. That's just because everyone is so used to complete dog shit snipers. Complete dog shit snipers, and it's not even that bad. Not even that bad. But yeah, and then a 1.36, that is speedy. But Flatline Anvil is a 1.3. So there's that. The Sentinel is 1.25. There's that. So that's still behind. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then for a 3-shot headshot, that would be acceptable. Because then 1.36 is way better than 1. What was it before? It was 1.83, and then it was 1.14. So now it's 1.36, which is right here, which is, I think we can all agree, way better than what it was. Yeah, so this would now be here at 1.36, and then this would be 1.18, 1.81 to switch the longbow to this. So that's a much reasonable, still impactful headshots for sure, but the time to kill is not broken. You know, that's the important part. It's not broken. Lets the Sentinel beat it to the head, which is important. The Sentinel should beat it to the head. And what's the Sentinel to the body? Is it a 2-shot? 3-shot to the body. Sentinel without is 3-shot to the body, and then here. Okay, that's what it is. So it's a 3-shot to the body. With headshots, it'd be a 2-shot to the body. This should be headshot, body shot, to reduce the time to kill. That's the goal for Sentinel. 1 headshot, 1 body shot, kill at 180. That's enough for it to be impactful. And that fixes the longbow. I was worried about that. This also means that the triple take is a problem. And that could be a benefit of the longbow over the triple take, but there's already, in my mind, enough positives about the longbow over the triple take that you might, I think realistically, you would want the incentive to pick the triple take over the longbow, and the headshot damage could be the trick. But what you need to remember, especially specifically with the triple take, is its amazing close range potential. The triple take has always made a good shotgun. It can be used just like an AR, just like a DMR, and for it to have a 1.06 headshot is just unacceptable. There's just no way. There's just absolutely no way that it can get away with that. So it's just not really a thing. So I'd have to speed up the rate of fire to make sure that less shots is a less impactful time on the time to kill, so that 2 shots isn't stupidly broken, but then at the same time it becomes too close to the longbow. So it's not, I can't really do that. So the only option is to make the triple take not have a 2-shot headshot potential against level 3 helmet, which means that it doesn't have a 2-shot headshot potential against 160 either. So it's just kind of stacking everything to the longbow being fantastic, and that's not what I want. The Sentinel still has good reason to get picked up for sure, but it's leaving the triple take in this weird middle ground of kind of like the worst sniper beside the charge rifle that has that high skill ceiling, even with the skill ceiling of behind time to kill because it's hit scan. So the triple take is still kind of beating out the charge, because the charge should basically always be the worst gun in the game. So there's that. But at the same time, I worry about the triple take and it just not having a place in this meta, and that's not what I want. I want everything to have some kind of place, and at the very least, it's a faster killing gun, noticeably to the body, than the longbow. At the very least, so it's close enough to the G7, and that it could be used there too. But another thing to remember is that the G7 in my build is on sniper. It's on sniper ammo, and it's and it can take high power optics again. So especially with double tap, the triple take doesn't have to compete with the longbow. You can have the longbow compete with the Sentinel, but the triple take will definitely compete with the G7. And if I want to look at the triple take over the G7, the time to kills are so similar that there's not a big reason, especially with the triple take being the slower reason. The headshot damage is the only real reason to take triple take over the G7, and improved range. Basically, it'll be easier to hit shots at further ranges than the G7 because of muzzle velocity. But other than that, if you're going to run a close range DMR, the G7 is pretty good with the competition from the 30-30. And I feel that there's a significant advantage to the 30-30 over the G7 if you wanted to go that route as well. So, and the 30-30, I'm going to allow marksman optics as well. So this is going to be 3 to 6 scope on the 30-30. Then the triple take kind of is in this weird middle ground, and that's not the worst thing. I don't hate that. It's just not what I intended and not what I would prefer. It doesn't mean the triple take is not good. It doesn't mean the triple take is it's just, this is one of those guns that I might have to make a concession on. It's just being this kind of weird meh gun, because it's going to have the same headshot time to kill as it does to the body, because I can't give it a 2-shot headshot. So it's just going to be this to show it's basically the same, and it's going to have a limb TTK, because to the legs it's going to be worse potentially. So maybe maybe we do the benefit of the R9, or rather the RE45, and I still give it limb fall off and still give it a headshot multiplier, but that doesn't mean it has to be enough to affect time to kill. The damages will be different for sure. I'm not just going to get rid of head and limb damage for the triple take, but having it be a consistent guaranteed 3-shot kill every single time, that might be enough to give it a place in the meta. While the other guns are going to have punishments for being inaccurate, the triple take could be the workhorse that we made the RE45, because like we remembered with when we were doing the RE45, we realized we put the RE45 in kind of that same spot where it just is now doing the same damage everywhere, because there wasn't a reason to give it a headshot or limb damage that wouldn't make it just too similar to other guns. So this is going to be probably the solution for the triple take, is give it an 89 headshot damage, or at least 80 to 89 headshot damage. So nothing too impactful for headshots unless they're already weak. And then it'll be a 2-shot headshot to blue if it's above 80, so that'll be good. They have helmets though, so we can make the headshot damage high enough that with level 2 it does enough to be a 2-shot headshot, but then against level 3 it'll be 3, so that'll be a place that the chip will take. But against blue helmet, no, this is blue helmet though, so against white helmet it'll be 2-shot, but not against blue, because this is against blue, and blue is going to be the most common one, so it needs to not be that. So that'll probably be what we have to do for the triple take. Anyway, the G7, this is super competitive. Super competitive. I don't know if I want that, but I think it's a 4-shot headshot is what I did, because it's a 6-shot time to kill right now. I think that was the time to kill for 4 shots. This is a 3-shot. I think this is the same. This is a 2-shot. So we're gonna have to fix those. I don't think this is where we want them. I really don't think that's where we want them. But these are both on sniper ammo, so it will be costly to do that if we do let them. But I don't think we want the DMRs being able to do that. If I was gonna let guns do that, it would have to be the DMRs. That way it can't happen as easily at range, which is, again, the thing that Apex players are the most not used to, is getting killed quickly at range. So they're used to getting killed quickly up close, but they're not used to getting killed quickly at range, which means that my range guns have to be flawless in potential backlash. There needs to be very reasonable as a buff that gives them use, but not so strong that you're just getting fucked across the map. Like, that obviously can't be a thing. Apex doesn't want that to be a thing anyway, even if it's something I would be okay with. This game doesn't do that. So I need to make sure that I give them a purpose in this game, but that I remember and work into the fact that this game doesn't want, and this game won't ever have, snipers that do fantastic across the map. So I still want them to be able to hit shots across the map. I just don't want it. It just needs to not be that kind of insta-death that you're going to see. Like, it needs to take a good amount of time to do that. So making sure that some guns are, a 3-shot headshot, or just basically time to kills around the 1.5 second or higher mark. That's generally speaking where we want them to be. I think we just give the Lombo 1.36. Isn't quite there, but it's definitely better than the 1.0 something that we gave it. That was a little bit too fast there. So the Hemi is 1.14. 1.0 to 1.14. So how many shots are we looking at here? 8, 7, 8, 8. Okay. We're going to do 8 shots then. 8 shots means a headshot damage of 23 to 25. Right, it does 22. So that's not a huge improvement. If I gave it 7, then that's super fucking broken. That's a very... Well, it's the same. It's not broken. It's just all the way down here. And I just don't know if I want the Hemlock to have the same headshot potential as the R3 and the Flatline. That just wasn't ever the plan. This wasn't ever the plan, because Hemlock doesn't even take anvils, and in my other build I did give it to the Hemlock, but it didn't seem like a good fit. And this is also meaning that what is it? At range, the Hemlock could be too strong. This would be to the head the best AR to the head, easily, because the Hemlock is going to have a better muzzle velocity than the 301 and the Flatline. That's going to be the pro to it. That's why it has a lower time to kill to the body. It's going to be It's going to be better at range, easier to hit shots at range than anything else. And giving it the same headshot, it gives it a reason to get used for sure. But I could switch the flatline and the hemlock. That could be a thing. No, that'd be weird. Then no one would use the flatline. The hemlock actually has range potential. The hemlock, yeah, that'd be weird. That'd be weird. That, I mean, frankly, that is the current Apex, by the way. The hemlock kills in 1.14. The flatline kills in 1.3. So I basically am doing what it should be, but if I left it quote unquote as is, then the hemlock would just be this especially because it was just overpowered for the most part, then people would be like, oh, they made the hemlock broken again. So I was trying to avoid that. But yeah, this would give it a place. But it would put it right next to the wingman. I wanted the wingman to be a bit more set in, like, like it just to the head at 1.18 is so underwhelming, and it's such a small headshot multiplier that like it just doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough, for the hemlock to really like have a place in the meta, because it just can't quite do what every other gun does, So the other thing is to increase the rate of fire. That would fix this problem. If I made it, one shot more to kill and increase the rate of fire, then that would fix the problem and help the headshot go exactly where it needs to be. So if we did that, what would that look like? Because it does 22 and it's 9 right now. If I made that 8, which would be putting it to 23, that would make it 8. Well, this would be reducing the rate of fire, wouldn't it? No. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to make it 8. I'd have to make it not. It's already 9, isn't it? I'd have to make it 10. That would make it a 4 burst kill. I mean, practically it already is a 4 burst kill, because hitting 9 shots perfectly with the hemlock, that's not gonna happen a whole lot. So making it go to 10 would realistically probably be fine. So if I did have it go to 10 and I wanted to keep that time to kill at 1.3, then I just make it a 9. I just make the hemlock shoot 9 shots per second. So you'd have to pull the trigger 3 times a second to get max time to kill with the hemlock. Which would make it a Spitfire. It'd make it a burst fire Spitfire. That's what this would make it. So it'd make it a lot more work. So bum 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 bum. Yeah. Tiring, but realistic. That could work. And then I'd have to put it down to a 10, which means 19 damage. Yeah. Oh yeah, because 20 to 21 to 22 is 9, so 19 damage. Which, how does that compare it to? That makes it almost the same as the P2020. You're kidding me. Okay, obviously no one's gonna think the P2020 is better than the hemlock though, so that's fine. Compared to other, that's super close to the other damages, but there's no other 19, so I guess that's nice. So it is going to be there. It is going to have a higher rate of fire. It's going to be, yeah, this is going to be slower than the L-Star by a little bit. Same rate of fire as the L-Star, but burst, so saves a bit more ammo. I didn't like that it was the same rate of fire. I wanted it to feel a bit different. It's going to feel super similar to the flatline. Super similar, but again, the flatline has terrible fucking range, and this is going to be more competing with the R301. So, but I still want the R301 to be kind of that clear-cut choice. So, I guess this is just what we have to do. If people don't complain about the flatline and the L-Star being so similar now, then they won't complain about the hemlock and the L-Star, or the hemlock and the whatever being super similar. But That would give it the right rate of fire. Can I reduce that like at all? Is 8.5 gonna work? 1.36. What would that be? 1.36 would put it way up there. Well, not way up there, but it would put it... They'd all be so fucking similar. I don't like that. That is fine because it needs to be that way, unless I give it a longer open bolt delay, but I don't want it to be that bad. The Spitfire, I could raise all of this up a little bit. And I could put the A10 a little... Oh, I like that gap between the Devotion and the A10, though. And the Spitfire should have a good potential over the A10 because of ease of use. So, and the Havoc can't go anywhere, which means the Wingman would have to go up or down somewhere, which I don't want. That has to stay. Which means that the Hemlock can either stay where it is, or it can go down, basically. I can't put it up. It would have to go down to the Devotion pre-fire and then be super similar to the L-Star, which already, like, for those guys to be so close together in comparison, especially with the same rate of fire, like, I don't like that. But I have to have a faster rate of fire so that when I reduce the headshot TTK from 10 to 9, it's a smaller improvement. So that, but that's even then, that's such a small, minuscule headshot. I mean, 8 would make sense, but now 8 shots would go to 1.08. Like, that's... And that was almost the same issue. 1.08 is still, like, fucking good. That's still too good for it to be an 8-shot headshot. But it would have meaningful headshot. The R301 doesn't have meaningful headshots. Hemlock could. It is competing with the R3, so the Hemlock would have to hit headshots for it to be competitive with the R3. But it would be heavy ammo, which would be a nice benefit if you wanted to run double heavy because of the Prowler. And you would reload less frequently because of the burst and the single tap. Well, R301 can go single tap though too. What are the benefits here? I'm not seeing them. Really not seeing them. What would I make the benefit? They've got the same ADS time. They could have different weapon swap times. The Hemlock could maybe weapon swap a bit faster. They take the same attachments. They could get the same benefits from those attachments. Nothing I can do about that. What would the purpose of the... Besides just being a heavy version of it that's a little bit worse? Like, that's basically it. Like, it... maybe I should make it faster, the body. But then it would be a 7-shot. That'd be even more dispersed. So I'd have to do less damage higher, but it's a burst gun, so I can't go too high. Three trigger pulls a second is already pretty high when it comes to how much work the Hemlock would take. So that's why I liked it being too close to 3 to make it easier on people's fingers. That way the Hemlock doesn't go like, it's just an annoying gun, I don't want to use it kind of thing. So I wanted it to be a bit more slow, heavy hitting than the Flatline. That way it felt harder to use per se, but you got better range. Which is why I liked 8. Hell, I even thought about making it like 7.5 to really make it feel a little bit slower and have it be that middle heavy gun between the Spitfire and the... Well, at 8 it already was basically middle ground between the Spitfire and the Flatline. That was a good place for it. But 1.43 is too slow. 1.18 to the head is perfect, but 1.43 to the body, that's slow, man. That's really slow compared to what I wanted. 1.43 would put it way up here with the P2020. And then I have to make the P2020 worse, which I could, but like the hemlock and the P2020 should not kill in the same time to the chest. They just shouldn't. In fact, technically this would be slower than the P2020. Which meant reducing the shots to kill to 9, putting it at 1.3. But putting it at 1.3 means a 1.05 headshot. Didn't really want a 1.05 headshot. A 1.18 headshot is nice. If I do that, then it has to go up to 9. No, then it'd be 1.08. No, because if I go to 8, then that's only a 1-shot difference, because it would be a... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Be a 9-shot here, and then it would go down to a 7-shot, which is 1.05. That's what it was. That's just too really fast for it to be. It would give them all the potential to be. That wouldn't be worst. And if I sped up the rate of fire, then it actually could go a bit higher up. It would go up to here, and this could go down to devotion pre-fire. Maybe that's what I need. Try that. If I put that to 8.5, it would go to 1.01. Faster. Faster. 9 went to 1.24, that went to 1.01. That just makes it better overall. I went to 7.6. That'd be, 1.35, 1.09. .09 would work. Right, that's right there. Then 1.35 is just like right there. Oh, that's still so similar. I wanted more time. No. No, that doesn't work either. I'd rather have the difference in the head and let this kill in 1.05. I'd rather do that. I'd just rather do that. Then it's the same as the wingman, and it's just everything to the head would feel so similar that then there's no point in using, because then you have the flatline being, well, the flatline doesn't have the same range, but now the R301 compared to the hemlock, that's like, why would I use it? You know, because it's better to the body. It's the same to the head, if not better to the head. You know, like, it would be all right to have the hemlock be just that weird middle mediocre gun, like that. There's the weird mediocre middle one for the R45. It'd be the hemlock for this category. It would be the triple take for the next category. Those could be the weird 3 middle ground. Like, they're just kind of there. They're not bad, but they're not the best. And maybe that's just how the hemlock goes, you know. Because I could spend all day trying to get this to be exactly perfect with all these weird different scenarios, but the realistic part is that, is it worth ruining the rest of the meta and reworking the entire meta to make sure that one gun has a place, or cut my losses, move on with the time, and have a gun that doesn't have a spot? Like, that's, you know, having one gun per category that doesn't quite have a spot but isn't complete trash, that's fine. Like, it's just, it makes it a C tier gun. It's average. It's just, it's there. It's, you can be good with it. Yeah, it can be a great gun, but for competitive play, it's behind. You're still going to want to use the R31 in competitive, but for casual play, this has a spot and it is usable. It just isn't competitive. and that would already be an improvement. Just the fact that it's usable and not quite competitive, that would be huge. So that's enough. That's enough. It's not great, it's not perfect, but that's enough. And with headshots, it becomes competitive. So it would be similar to the Wingman, just full auto. So there's that too. I think I might nerf the P2020 and put that more toward the 1.5 category, and just switch. Maybe put the A10 one more this way, 2020 that way, and just put the P2020 up there. But just to give some more difference between the Wingman and the 2020, because that's not a huge gap between the Wingman and 2020. That could be bigger. That could be a little bit bigger. So maybe we'll do that, but we'll call that good for the Hemlock. So the Hemlock needs to be a 1.05. Because that 1.14 range is... So... They both have to go there. It also means fixing this, because this needs to go back to... What was it? 22, I think is what I had of that. Yeah, 22, 19. Yep. So 8, 7, 9, 8, 10. Whoops. What'd I do? Nope. Please and thank you. You're fine. 9, 11, 10. Okay. That fixes that. That goes back to an 8. And then the Wingman would be a 3. Wow. Okay. That's busted. That would mean a slower time to kill. It's slower rate of fire. Yep, same as the Lombo, but that puts it to 1.49. But that would be okay. And then 3-shot headshot would make it 1.04 in competitive. But 0.96, how bad would that really be? 0.96? That's SMG level. But it is, again, it has what, max 9-round mag, horrible body. Like that would be okay. It's not, that's not broken, it's just strong. Very strong. And it would beat all of the ARs to the head. And that is kind of the point. The Wingman does beat all the ARs if the ARs hit bodies. So that would just be the Wingman being the Wingman. 0.96 would be okay. It's still slower than the R9 to the chest, but it's almost the same. That would tie it for like the best time to kill in the game for sure. But it would give it a place. It would give it a place. I could do 2.3 and make that 1 second, and that would be a bit better. But at the same time, 1 second is like the same as here, you know. That's so yeah, no, realistically, I think the Wingman can stay at 0.96. I think that'll be okay. It just can't ever be a 2-shot headshot. But that's fine. I could make it a faster rate of fire in that, but then it just wouldn't feel like the hard heavy Wingman that it feels like now. So yeah, that's fine. So the Wingman goes to 0.96. The Havoc, we already have that one done. The Spitfire, we wanted to go to the 1.5 to 1.19 range. So how many shots less is that? It went from 7 to 6, from 7 to 5. It would have to be 7 to 6 and be 1. That's close enough. So that's also no meaningful headshots with the Spitfire. Just 26 is the low end of that. But no, it would be meaningful because 6 shots can go all the way up to 35. We can still have some hard-hitting headshots with the Spitfire. Because it could go from 26 to 35. That would be fine. but we'd have to go, yeah, that would be increasing the rate of fire, reducing the damage. That's not what I want. So it's just going to go to 1.22. Okay. The P2020, that I think just needs a little bit of a nerf. So have that go to 6.8, 6.5. 6.5 is perfect. Make that go to 1.51. And then 1.21. Nope. 1.36 to the head. Yeah. 6 to the head. And 1.51 to the body. That's perfect. That'll work. So 1.51 and 1.36. There we go. Sorry, if you hit control and the arrow key, it makes it jump like all the way down. So if you don't time your commands right, then just kind of fucks everything up. And that'll do. So yeah, there's that. Then the A10, we wanted 1.3 to 1.4 mark. That's going to be pretty fair with where everything else is. Still make the Spitfire a damn good choice over it. So if we wanted it to go to the 1.35 range, then 23 shots is perfect. So 1.31 for that. Okay. And then the Spitfire we can do. Spitfire, what would that be? Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, it was 1.22. We talked about that already. Wrote that down. 1.22. 1.22. That. There we go. And then the Havoc is going to have to be wherever that falls. I honestly have no idea where that is at the moment. Because we already did that on the headshot page, so we'll figure that out. And then I think that's probably good for now for all the pre-work, as I would call it. Now let's get into the actual damages on the headshot page and catch up with where we're at on the spreadsheet. So what have we did the L-Star, we need to do the Devotion, but we're skipping that. The Hemlock we did figure out. So the Hemlock was going to 1.05, which was a 7 shot, which meant from 22 damage up to 29 damage potentially, up to 29 to the head is what we could do. So if we did go all the way to 29, what would that mean for a headshot multiplier? 1.3 is around what everything else is. So that's good. This could have a higher. This could even be up with yeah, that could be up with that at 1.3. This could even go to 1.4. This could go to 1.4 and have the best headshot multiplier out of all of it, which would make it seem pretty strong. Can it do 1.5? It can't. So it could do 1.4. That's easy. So if we did 1.4 and went down to 28, that's still a 7-shot kill. So we go to 24. This would go to 29, so it wouldn't quite do 30 against level 1 helmet. So that would be nice. That I wouldn't feel super strong against that. That would go 25, 23, and 26. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. So 8, 9, 7, 8, 7, 8, 6, 7, 5, and 6. Okay. Okay. If we did 27 damage, or rather, if this was 28 damage, that would be still a 5-shot. That would have to go down to 27. We can't do that. So that's fine. There's nothing we can do to save it from being a 5-shot base. But again, that's the same as the flat line. That's still competitive, not broken. That's still fine. So that'd be a 2 burst though. That's gonna feel super strong. 2 bursts to the head, but it's every single shot to the head. Every single shot to the head. Yeah, every single shot. But at best it's 0.8, and maybe it goes down to 0.93, you know, kind of thing. So that could be fine. And then the wingman. The wingman's our next, down to 0.96, which means it's a 3-shot headshot. And for 3-shot, that means that we are in the 60 to 89 range. 60 to 89 is what we're looking at here. So the wingman could go from like 45 to 70 to the head, and people would still go, wow, that's pretty strong. It's not going to be like as god tier as it was before. Like obviously we can't give it a 2x. That would be, oh, we can give it a 2 times. 2 times headshot multiplier makes it 77. I'm like, oh, we can't do that. And it's like, oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. That's very reasonable. Yeah, we totally can because of the helmets and the reduction. That would work. That's still 3, which is, that's going to be super, that's super strong. That should really be a 4. That should really be a 4. I don't think we can give it a 2. I think a 1.9 is still going to be more than fair, because that really needs to be a 3. So 1.9 would put that down to 73, which is, that's much better. That puts that down to 65. That's much better. Yeah. Sorry, guys. We can't give it a 2. I was right. Definitely planned that. I was right. This needs to be a 3. That needs to be a 4. 3, 4, 3, 3. That's still good. 3, 3, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Half a second. Wow. That is the fastest in the game. That wingman early game is going to be huge. Fuck. I don't know if we can do that, guys. That's broken as shit early game. Half a second. That's definitely broken. Ah. Damn. Okay. That means it has to be a 60. Oh, that again. No, hold on. Oh, that's gonna ruin it. That's gonna ruin the wingman's thing. Whole vibe of the wingman if that becomes a 3-shot kill, because 3-shot means much lower damage, because even that, it has to be 69. No, it can't even be that. It has to be 59. Oh no, hold on. '70 is a 2. 16, yeah, 69. That has to go down to 69. And even then, that's not guaranteed. So if that went down to 65, then that would work. But for that to go down to 65, that's probably like a 1.5 headshot multiplier. Yeah, it's like a 1.5, 1.6. Not even 1.6. It's like a 1.55. Not even that. Oh, no, that would work. 1.55 would work. And that's still the best headshot multiplier in the game, but that's just gonna... I don't think that would even work. 56, 66, 53, 62, 48, and 57. That's now, that goes to 4, that now goes to 5, that goes to 4, that's still barely a 3, that goes to 4, 3, 4, 3, barely, and then 3. So that makes it more reined in, but That kind of ruins the wingman against level 3 helmet and level uh and that barely saves it too. If anyone takes any damage and they get 2-tapped by a wingman, they're gonna go, that's broken as fuck. But I mean, that happens now. Body shot, headshot early game, that still happens if they've taken damage. But it's definitely not a 2-shot full health. I know that. No, wait a minute. Yes, it is. It totally is. It's totally a 2-shot at right now. That's totally a thing. That wouldn't change. What happened to the RPM here? Why is that just not here anymore? Come on. That was, yeah, level 1 helmet, 87 damage. That's a 2-shot headshot right now. That's absolutely a 2-shot headshot right now. And with its current rate of fire, that is significantly faster than everything else, and no one's even complained about it. So, yeah. That's that would just be the same, but I guess what it would mean is that people would notice it. I guess I don't know why this isn't getting complained about on the thing, because like that's a guaranteed 2-shot headshot. Well guaranteed 2-shot headshot. And with its rate of fire, like that's huge. Like that's a really fast time to kill, like really fast. Huh. And it's even a 3-shot against 225. So this would just be, if I put it back to where it was at the 0.55, that'd just be what it currently is. That would be exactly what it currently is. But then the 3-shot would be, it'd be worse because it turned into a 4-shot against red, and especially against fortified. But if I don't, that's broken as fuck. This is broken as fuck for sure. And I don't want my meta to be broken, but it is what you're used to. But that's broken. It's hard. It's hard as fuck to do, but that is definitely broken. Holy shit. No wonder all the pros use it. Or at least people pro, not as in like competitive, but like pro as in like, hey, like when Janks uses it kind of thing. Like he's fucking great at Apex and he uses the wingman all the time. On drop, this is stupid strong. This beats everything. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I can't. I have to make it worse. I have to do this because there's no way that I let it be a 2-shot. So 1.55 is the best I can do. And if I go down lower and do less damage, and if you're thinking, well, why don't you make it do like 35 damage and then keep the 2 at the 2 times? Well, if I make it do 35 damage, then that would be a 6-shot. If I let it do 36 damage to 44 damage, then that's a 5-shot. So like I could maybe go down to 40 or maybe even go down to like 38. But if I do that and go down to 38 off of the rate of fire, then the rate of fire has to get higher, and it already is faster than what the wingman currently is. The wingman right now is more like maybe 1.5. And so I'm adding almost another shot per second to that. I'd have to make the wingman shoot almost the same as the G7 to get the same time to kill as I have right now at 1.38. So that's not really an option. So I have to compromise on headshot in order to get a competitive body, or it means keeping the rate of fire where it is, reducing the damage, going all the way down to a 5-shot kill, which would make it a 1.8 TTK, which is just where the wingman is right now. It wouldn't be a buff. It would have no place except for headshots like it does now, and you would have to hit headshots for it to be even anywhere close to competitive. And Then if you did hit 3 headshots, then it would be like one of the most broken guns in the game, which is what the wingman is right now. And I don't want that. I don't want the wingman to feel super broken. So it has to be 4. So if headshots just save 1 less shot, but again, they're going to be doing significantly more damage. So you're more likely to, you know, like that's against damaged enemies, you're more likely to take less shots for sure. But, and it's going to be the same gun that it's good at now. It's going to be great at like getting that opening push and that opening crack. Like it's how you use the wingman won't change. It just means that headshots won't be as strong as they are now because the gun's going to get stronger overall. Like you won't care that headshots aren't as impactful because you're going to be doing better with the wingman to the body. Way better. Like way better. So realistically, you won't care. Like you think you probably think you care, but you won't. Like when you the wingman to have twice the rate of fire and do less to the head, you won't care. Because you're going to use it more often, you're going to be better with it because it's going to be more forgiving. It's going to burn through ammo faster, which you have to keep track of because it's a small ass mag. But realistically, I don't think you're care. So I have to leave it like that, or else it's just going to be like willingly making my game broken, and I don't want that. But at the same time, like it's a bummer that I can't make it higher. I wanted to make it higher, but I can't let it be a 2-shot headshot on drop. I just can't. So that has to get changed. Then Spitfire, right? Onto Spitfire, right here, which made it a 7-shot, 6-shot, 6-shot to the head. 6-shot to the head means 30 to 35 damage. So if we were to aim on the high end of 35, then ooh, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. What would that be? 1.3? No, that's high as shit. Yeah, the Spitfire would have a huge touch. I don't know if I can go that high. What's my lowest? 30. So 31 would be okay. So 1.35 to have that be the same as the other heavy guns would be okay. And then that would put this to 32. That would put that to 27, 34, 29, 26, 31. 7, 8, 6, 7, 6, 7, 5, 6, 5, 5. That's reasonable. Slower than everything else by enough. Yeah, that works out just fine. Okay. P2020 got a slower time to kill, which we already accounted for on the body sheet, right? Yep, that's already a thing. So to the head, we are looking for a 1.36 time to kill, which is a 9-shot TTK. 9-shot means 20 to 22 damage. We'll do probably 21 damage. Right around there. Give it a decent headshot multiplier of like 1.2. Yeah, honestly 1.2 is fine. Well, that makes it kind of a weird middle ground for that rounding. So maybe we'll do 1.25 headshot. That'll be fine. That puts it up to 18 and 20 there. That's pretty good. 20, 19, 22, 19. Okay. Ten, 12, 9, 10, 9, 10, 8, 9, 8, and 7. 1.05. Right next to the Spitfire. That's weird as shit, but okay. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for now. The A10, 1.31. I think this is a 23-shot kill. Yep. Yes, it is. A 23-shot kill. I don't even have that on my cheat sheet. Don't even have that on my cheat sheet. Would it be 8? It would be. It would be 8. 7 is that, 8 is that, and 9 is 20. So 8-shot kill. So for it to go to 7 to 8, I think is a 1.2 is probably all it needs. Yeah, 1.25 would be okay too. Yeah, 1.25 would be okay. So that would go to 8. That would go to 7. That would be 7. That would be 8. Not quite 9. Almost 9, but not quite there. And 7. That's probably good too, that it doesn't quite go there. So this would be a 25 shot. This would be a 29 shot. 23, 26, 26, 20, 23, 20, and 18. Yeah, comfortably same as the P2020 to the head. Yeah, that's fine. Do 30, 30. This is where it came into the other issues too. Okay. That's everything. Everything that we needed to get caught up on. I think we already put the 30-30 in there as well, but what would a 4 is that? A 3 is that? Yeah, this is the thing, is that a 4 shot kills 1.45, which is great, and then a 3 shot's 1.07, and that's like, that's super fast. It's gonna melt people. But it needs to be that. And I can't have the rate of fire go too much higher. This is just gonna be like a wingman with a better scope and better velocity. Like this is what's like 1.07 on that. I mean, that's gonna melt people, like absolutely melt people. But you do have to hit likely all 3 shots to the head. I can make it a very low headshot for it to be 3. Like bare minimum 3 would be 60 damage. So I can make that like exactly 60 and do that's almost nothing as a headshot multiplier. That's almost nothing. That'd be like a 1.2 again. Not even a 1.2. It does 55. This could do less and still be a 4 shot in damage. And then the headshot multiplier can actually be meaningful. So I need to reduce the damage. But then it's literally the same as the... If I put the 30-30 down, it's just literally, it's just going to be the same as the wingman. It's just going to be a long range wingman. It's going to be the same damage profile with the same headshots. Just slightly different rates of fire. 2.6 versus 2.4. They're almost the same gun. It's just that now the 30-30 can take higher power optics. So then why do I use the 30-30 over the wingman? Because the wingman's got a smaller mag. It can't take as big of optic. I mean, it's got a faster ADS time for sure. That would be a pretty big reason, is the faster ADS time. So there's that. That's the reason to use the 30-30 over the G7 too, is because the faster ADS time, even though it has a smaller mag capacity. So there's that. I could put it down to 50 and give it 5 more damage. That would be acceptable too. So I could just give it 5 more damage with better optics, but slower time to kill and slower headshots. Or I could nerf the rate of fire, but then it's too close to the G7. I can't really do. I could speed up the rate of fire and give it a buff, but then it's too similar to the time to kill of the wingman, though it would feel different from the wingman. So that's an issue. So it's kind of in that weird spot. But 50 damage is still good, and it's enough. 5 damage is definitely for how often people get 1 shot, and for the higher power optic and the better range. Range is going to be a huge factor for this too, is that they're going to have significantly different ranges. But yeah, and already with the rate of fire is that similar, it's already was going to be, the damage isn't going to be, you know, yeah, if anything, this is a reason to use the wingman closer up because of the lower damage. That's too similar. That could be fine. Okay, and 50 damage, that shouldn't change like any of this. That's still 3, 3, 4. Oh, that goes to 4. Okay. 4, 4, 5, 4. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So it's just basically always a 4 shot kill against blue. Okay. That's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing too. So then if we go to the head and let it do 3 shot to the head, then now 1.2 is almost there. So it can have a little bit higher headshot multiplier, like maybe even 1.3, 1.3 is working out pretty good. 1.28 honestly would be better. Yeah. So that'll go to 60. That'll do 57. That'll do 54. 56, 62, and 58. Okay. So 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. So against fortified, those headshots basically don't do shit. And once they get to a high enough level of armor, then it's not super useful. I don't know if I like that. I am letting it take higher power optics, and I am giving it a good muzzle velocity. So there's that. There's that. And the G7. What are you doing? Oh. That's on. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, then the G7 can have that extra between the slower ADS time but more meaningful headshots. That, yeah, realistically that's kind of okay. Yeah, I guess that'll be okay too. So if this can go to 1.07 to the head, but it's not guaranteed by any means. This like one scenario end game. So if they have level 3 helmet, it's not. If they have red, it's not. But if they don't have, if they've got, you know, blue level 2 or, you know, even blue level 1 or whatever, like it's going to be 3 shot. And then if they've got fortified, it's not. And if they've got level 3 helmet, it's not. And then the G7 was going to be a 4-shot kill from, oh, that's double tap. Hold on. G7 was going to be a 4-shot kill instead of a 6-shot kill. So it's 6 shots to the body, 4 shots to the head. That was going to be the plan for the G7, which gives it a competitive with the 30-30 as well. And it'll be likely better overall, but 4 shots means up to 59 is the highest I can go. So from 35 to 59. And that goes from 50 to 60. That only gets an extra 10. G7 can have a better multiplier for sure. Because this can go from 35 to 55. And get an extra 20 per headshot. Instead of the thing. But then that would also be an advantage of the 30-30 is that to the head, I mean to the body, it's doing almost the same damage as the G7 headshot. So I like that too. So that's a benefit over where it's only slightly more damage. If I went all the way to 59, then that might be like, oh, that's a, you know, whole 9 damage, but 5 damage is not that good. Like that, it's enough, but it's not a lot. For sure enough, but not quite a lot. So that could be a good reason to use one over the other, for sure. So if I were to do that, then that would be probably a 1.3. Oh no, this is a hefty. Wow, this is a hefty multiplier. This is an actual like good multiplier. 1.8. Wow, that's almost a 2. Almost a 2. 1.85. 1.82. 1.82. Wow, that's the best headshot multiplier in the game. Yeah, no kidding. That is a sign that this could be a mistake. So, is that a mistake? It's better than the longbow. It's better than the triple take. It's better than the sentinel. But it blows through ammo. It takes a lot more ammo. But it is good. It's overall better. Maybe it needs to be a 5-shot headshot. But even, like, even as a 5-shot kill, like if I make it a 5-shot headshot, that means that all 5 shots have to hit the head. If I make it a 4-shot headshot, then the G7 could be one of the guns where a single headshot is enough to reduce the shot to kill. Because if it does 55 at 180, then that can be enough to do 180 minus 55, right? And that means there's 125 left. Divided by 35 is 4 shots. That makes it a 5-shot kill. And 1 headshot and body shots, that reduces the number of shots to kill. If I make it a 5-shot headshot, then it doesn't really matter if because if I was to make it a 5-shot, then the most I could do is 44. So if I did the most I could do and then divided by 35, that's still 4 shots. Oh, wait. No, that'd be fine. That would make it a 5-shot kill. 1 headshot mixed in with body shots would reduce the shots to kill. Which is still exactly what I want. So that's fine. So it can do less. Okay. Okay. And then same thing with this guy. 180 minus 60 was 120. That's not enough. That's still 3 more shots. You have to hit 2 headshots. Because it'd be 180 minus 120. And even then, it's all 3. The 30-30 is all 3 headshots. That's not enough. You have to hit all 3 headshots. Because it's 60. Because it's 60 damage per head. If it was higher than 60, then that wouldn't be the case. If it was at like 65, then it could be 2 headshots, 1 body shot. If it was at 65. But the 30-30 is only at 60 because of this. I think it was because of this. Was it? Was it because of that? Why was this? If I put that to 65, what happens? So let me write this. It was 1.28. Write that down real quick. So if I go to 65 and I make that like a 1.3, 1.4. Wow, okay. 1.45. God damn it. Okay, 1.42. There we go. Then this goes all the way up to 68. Which is still a 3-shot. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So why did I put it at 60? I guess I didn't really try much. Anyway, I don't even remember why the fuck I did that. But that's, yeah, that wasn't enough work. I moved on way too quickly. Because that's totally fine. That's still 4, 4, 4. That's 3 now, which is good. 4, 3, 3, which is better. 3, 3, 3, 3. Yeah, that's much better. That's way better place for the 30-30. And it also means that at 180, 1 headshot mixed in reduces the shots to kill, and that's now the true for everything below it too. 1 headshot mixed in with body shots is enough to reduce the time to kill, when before that wasn't necessarily the case. And against level 3 helmet, that is still not the case. It's still going to take all 3 shots to the head against level 3 helmet. But against level 2 helmet, 2 headshots. 2 headshots mixed in with a body shot with a 30-30, not 1 headshot. 2 headshots with 1 body shot is exactly 180 health. Exactly 180 health. So that's enough. So then, but with blue, it's 160. So 1 headshot and 2 body shots is all that's required against blue. And then same thing is 1 headshot, 2 body shots is all that's required. In fact, against blue, it doesn't even matter if you hit headshots because it's 3 shots anyway against blue. So no matter what you do, it's 3 shots against blue, whether it's to the head or whether it's to the body. And then against green, you need to hit at least 1 headshot to reduce the shot to kill. Otherwise, I think it takes 4. It would take 4. but one headshot will reduce that. There's nothing much I can do about that because it's 50 to the body. So there is no way to make it 2 shots against blue and also 2 shots against purple, because if I made it 2 shots against blue, it would be all 3 shots against purple, and that's not quite what I want. So 2 shots against purple, and then I think you have to do literally 4 shots to the it would have to be maybe even all 3 headshots, probably 65 times 3. Yeah, so 3 headshots and a body shot. The 65 times 2 is 130 minus 200. That's 70. Oh no, so 2 headshots to red, and then 2 body shots. So yeah, that's a reasonable place for the 30-30. That's reasonable. And that folds into the meta. Okay, so that's better. That's much better than it was. I don't know why I moved on so quickly. Now that I'm in this section of the DMRs, I have to look into the number of headshots to reduce the time to kill, because that becomes more important. With full auto guns, it's not as important. It's still good to know, but it's not as important. It's just a way to add in like extra differences about what the accuracy needed is for those ARs, and Call of Duty is fantastic with that, by the way. But for this, because of the high shot to kill to the head anyway, because of the high demand for accuracy in Apex, most Apex players are already used to it taking a huge beam to the head for it to make any difference or impact. So it's the marksmans where that's going to be even more important, is to make sure that there is that possibility for a faster time to kill, and to also make sure that headshots are not pointless, because these are the guns with the slower rate of fire where people are going to notice if headshots don't do shit to time to kill. These are the super obvious, like, wow, my headshots didn't help at all kind of guns. So stuff like the Wingman is important, the 30-30 is important, the G7 is important, anvils in a way become important. So there's all of that. And so this is where the same headshot multiplier is going to be put into effect as the flatline. And then the R301 anvil is going to be the same as the R301 headshot, because in case you guys don't know, anvils don't affect headshot multiplier, they affect body damage and the body multiplier. So right now I have that as a 2 times body multiplier. So it should be, essentially right now it should just be 2 times 2 of all of the actually that is what it should be. It should just be times 2. This should all just be equal to times 2. Is equal to that times 2. Nope, not 23. Thank you though. Good try. Good try. Definitely a good try. What number is that? That's A137. Okay. Equal to A137 times 2. Seriously? Seriously? AI. AI, not A1, you dumbass. AI 37. Okay. And yeah, for now, that's how that's going to work. It won't stay that way by any means. But for now, that works. AI 43. Okay. And you're going to notice that they're almost exactly the same, but this one isn't because of how the rounding works. So that's why this one isn't the same. This one isn't quite the same. That's why I can't go off of just the equations for these guys, is because it is firing 2 shots. So unless I give anvils a different body multiplier instead of going from 2 to 1.5, this is basically just saying it's double the damage. So in other words, you could just have the game registered as 2 projectiles fired like near instantaneously, and it would still be like the same, basically. You know, like you could just technically have anvils go like burst mode with like, you know, a 20 rate of fire so that it's like indistinguishable in the difference, and then you know, a bigger delay, and that'd be the same thing. So that's how I'm adjusting it based off of that, you know. uh and then this would all be the same as well. It wouldn't necessarily be double of what's up there, so I can't go off of that. But with the damages out of the way now, I can just do it the normal way. And so based off the rate of fire, the reduction that I gave it, that would be the headshot TTKs. So that is fairly reasonable. And 1.49 is where did we anyway? I don't think I even wrote it down. 1.49 for a flat R301 anvil. That's effective for sure. 1.49, that's right there. And that's in the block of everything. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's totally fine. Super effective to the head. And a great time to kill. Not better than, you know, other guns to the body, not better than other guns to the head, but meaningful, impactful headshots that are going to really help your time to kill and make up for the fact that you're not using an actual DMR, and that you're, you know, that's fine. I like that. So no problem there. Flatline anvils are going to be the same thing, which are right here. Oh shoot, on the headshots I didn't reorder everything the way that I was supposed to. Oh, that's a consistent ordering that I do on every single thing, so that they all read the same way on the printout, so that it's not annoying as shit to compare. Oh, fuck. Alright, I can move it around when we're done, but that's fucking annoying. And especially the stuff that's going to be equal to other things, like that's going to all get fucked up. So that's super annoying. But whatever. Whatever. So these are now the same. These can go in and do things. So 5, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4, 3, 4. Super reasonable. That's no big deal. This is pretty fast, but it's also a gold item that you're never gonna fucking get at the beginning, so it's not even that big a deal. And 1.3 is competitive. Ooh, that's competitive. 1.3 way down there. No kidding. Holy shit. That is competitive. That is not as strong as the G7, but that is competitive for sure. That's what the flatline kills into the body right now. So headshots with anvils. That is much faster than anvils right now. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that for sure. Super hard hitting to the head though. Fuck. What did those damages come out to? Yeah, 50. Fuck me. That is gonna be a painful headshot. Painful headshot. But yeah, you know, at the same time, it is a gold item, and it is still not quite as good. It's worse to the body, not still worse to the head, technically. So like, it's not a replacement, but again, it's usable. It's not complete dog shit. That is going to be very usable, like very usable. So it's not going to beat, you know, the G7, but it is a competitor for sure. And the G7 we have at 4. That's 55. We didn't even finish the G7. That's how distracted we just fucking got. Jesus Christ. Okay, so for that to be a 4 shot to the head, this 5 shots just not going to cut it. It needs to be a 4 shot, especially with this being 1.3. Has to be a 4 shot to the head. And so for 55, we want to see how many headshots it's going to take to reduce the shot to kill, and I don't think we did that. So at 55, that leaves 125 divided by 35 is 4 shots. So that it's a 5 shot with 1 headshot, which is good. We did do this, by the way. We totally did do this. Okay, so 55 is just fine. This can all get put in. because that's the one thing that matters. 402. Yes, perfect. Thank you. 59, 51, perfect. 5, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3. Okay, that works too. And that'll do. And that's a 1.82 headshot multiplier. Jesus Christ, that is high as fuck. But that's what we need. That's what we need. What would be, so 35 times 4 is 180. So 40 technically. A 40 headshot would be enough. So we could go lower. We could go lower and still get that effect that we want. So it doesn't have to be that high. This could go down all the way down to 40. So, and for a 4 shot, it can be as high as 45. So this could go to like 48 and be way more reasonable. Yeah, like a 1.5, 1.6 even. Okay, 1.6, 1.55. Yeah, more or less. Let's just do 1.6 and make that. Nope, never mind. Go down to 47. That could be okay. 47, 41, 38, 44, 50, 43, 5, 6. So that would make it not help at all against max. Which would be good. That end game it's not as dominant. That is kind of the point. That would go up to 5, which would be good. But if they have that, and then so if this was 47. Oh yeah, no, that'd still be a thing. It's still 180, so that's still a thing. It's just 5. You hit nothing but headshots. It's still only ever going to be 5. So the fastest CTK you can get it's 5, but it only takes 1 headshot mixed in with those shots to make it 5. So even if you hit perfect headshots, only 1 is going to matter. And same here. Even if you hit, you could hit, I think to make it a 4-shot kill at 47 times 2 would be 94 minus 180 divided by 35. That's still 3 shots. So you have to hit 3 headshots in order to to get it to go down into 5 shots to kill. And 3 headshots is going to be more than possible. Because that would go down to 47 times 3, which would be 171. Yeah. Oh, no. Nope. 141 minus 180, which is 39. So, yeah. So, potential for a 4-shot if they're weak, but otherwise 5. So, 3 headshots is going to be what's required here to get a reduced time to kill to 5. But then perfect, you can get it down to 4. But it's going to be somewhere from 4 to 6 shots in this range, with 3 headshots required to go down to 5, that's fine. This would go up to max 5, and it would take probably 3 headshots for that too, if not more. 41, that might even have to be perfect headshots for that against fortified. But they have a bigger head. That goes to 4. That goes to 4. This goes to 3. That goes to 4. Okay, yeah, that's a bit more reined in. That's a bit more reined in. That's a way. That's a much easier thing. I think that's going to be better. The triple take we have at a 3-shot headshot here, and 3-shot means no more than 89. So what would a 1.3 look like? Okay, 1.4, 88, 1.4 it is. That's easy. 71, 83, 76, 93, 92, and 79. Wow, that's 92. No kidding. 2, 2, 3, 2. Okay, that's good. So that's level 2 helmet 160. That's good that's still a 2-shot headshot. Against 160, that's going to be fine. We want that. That's good. That's good. This is potential for 2, but likely not going to. 3 potential for 2, but likely not going to, and then definitely 3, definitely 3. That's good. That's going to be pretty reined in. Okay. The longbow, I believe we had it a 3-shot headshot is what we decided to do. Yeah, 3-shot headshot for the longbow. So that means no more than 89. They're going to hit for almost the same to the head. If not, the longbow might hit for less to the head. Well, the longbow probably will, because I can give it a 1.4, and that'll only hit for 70, so they could have the same headshot multiplier. And then this would hit for 70 to the head, which is enough to be a 3-shot as well. But I could give it 1.5 and get that up to 74, which is what I wanted to do to the body, but now do that to the head instead. So I think we'll do that. That would get that up to 78. That would get that up to 67, 63. This is pretty close. No, never mind. Never mind. 9. Nice. 3, 4, 3, 4. That's 7. Yep. Perfect. 7. That's what goes after 3. 3, 3, 2, 3. Wow. 0.9. Holy shit. That might be a little quick, but that would, yeah, no, that's 74 is going to be too high, which means 69 is the highest that can go, though. If I'm going to make that a 3-shot headshot, it can't go higher than 69, which is a shit fucking headshot multiplier. Complete dog shit headshot multiplier. But 0.9 is what the G7 does, so it's not even like that's broken. The G7 does 0.92, so that's totally fine. It's yeah, that's good. That's fine. That's fine. That's barely a 4-shot. So even against fortified to the head, then yeah, that's going to be okay. What are we looking at for reducing our shot to kill? Because we're doing 55 to the body and 74 to the head. The 180 minus 74 is 106, which is enough to make one headshot one headshot will get it to a 3-shot kill. And at best, you're doing 74 times 2, which is 148, which isn't enough. So if plus 55, of course, it's going to be 203. So it would take 2 headshots to reduce the shot to kill against red, but 1 headshot to reduce the time to kill against purple, and likely below that as well. So, because this is a 4-shot to the body here, so you can get to a 3-shot by just hitting at least 1 headshot with 2 body shots. So that's good. That's good. 1 headshot and 2 body shots is good, and then hitting any more than 1 headshot isn't going to help your time to kill. It might if they're weak, but it won't if they're full health. So if you know they're full health, hit 1 headshot, then just aim for the body, because you're not the extra headshot isn't going to help you in time to kill. So just land the body shots. And then the sentinel. Believe it or not, it's more important to do the anvils first, because this needs to hit 160 right here. So if I know what the anvil multiplier is, then I know what the regular sentinel multiplier is. So this is going to have to be 1.75. So that's with the with level 2 helmet against level 2 body, it's a 1-shot headshot. That is the entire point behind the sentinel with anvils. So that is the only time it's a 1-shot headshot. And then this is gonna leave them on 20 health, which is realistically still pretty damn good. But it's gonna require you to be paying the fuck attention. I'll tell you that. If you're the Sentinel with anvils, you better pay attention because it's gonna sneak up on you. So this would be 146. This would be 172. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot, even against fortified early game. But again, gold item not gonna be super common. The odds of you getting on fucking drop killed because of that super fucking low, right? The minute actually it is realistically it is more, the threat's more into the mid game, right? You would need to be fortified with a level 2 helmet to be safe. Even level 3 helmet won't save you, but if you have a way to get level 3 helmet that early, you probably can also get a better bod. Unless you land replicator, then you might have issues with getting a body. But odds are, especially because level 1 bods would be out, level 2 should be a bit more common. Like, realistically, especially for a gold tier item that's going to take time to get, most of you won't have to worry about the Sentinel anvils. Most of you. If you're the very defensive legend that loots the entire game without doing damage for fights, you need to worry about the Sentinel with anvils. But if you're the very aggressive or fast looting or Loba or Lifeline teams, you don't have to worry about the Sentinel anvils because you will be your whole squad will be well enough prepared by the time it's an issue that you likely won't get one-shot headshot. It'll be something that you could do, but it's not something super likely. Like, the anvils are most likely going to be in the vault and stuff like that. So like you could maybe consistently get it if you're Loba, but then you have to land train yard with everyone else, or you have to land, maybe near geyser, and that can be a bit popular too. So there will be ways to maybe consistently get it, but I would say that most of the time you're gonna be okay, and I wouldn't worry about it. I really wouldn't. Like, it's going to be something that happens about as often as you get Kraybird. Realistically, it'll be around the same chance of happening as you getting Kraybird, even though you can do it more often because of like how you can get the items. If you want to be specific on because of the circumstances of which it could happen, most of the time, by the time you get the item, that's not going to be happening in the first place. If anything, it might just be the Kraber, because I think that earlier in the game, the Kraber should spawn while the map is big, and then stop spawning it in the end game when it's a bit more impactful and harder to get away from that push. Let the Kraber be used at range so that it's really more used, I'd say, as a knock and finisher when there's time to get that teammate back for the end game. And then, maybe the Kraber as getting like a kill on a squad, maybe being able to effectively third party. But it's not going to be the same way of like it being that end game tool where it's like going to decide matches because someone got the Kraber in the care package like pretty consistently at the end game. So, there's that. So I think that would be a welcome change for a lot of people, is to let it be an early game item so that if they do get fucked by the Kraber, there's plenty of time for your team to try to get you back. In certain circumstances, versus end game, there's basically no circumstance other than having a lifeline or getting Kraber is going to result in you getting back into the fight. So that's what I would say about that. Moving on, the one-shot headshotting is going to be something early game, if at all, and because of it happening so early in the game, it's going to be less impactful on your team, and it will definitely cause a shift in strategy, but it's not going to be so impactful that you rage quit or just go like, we would have won the game if it wasn't for that, meddling Kraber. You're fine. Like, it's not going to be that bad. But this makes the Sentinel super strong drop too. Holy shit, that's almost a one-shot headshot. 134. No kidding. Which frankly, that's the same as, the Sentinel does 140 to the head with no helmet. So if it was at 2 times at 70, then that would be if I made that a 2 right now, then it would go off of the fortified damage, and fortified against certain help. I mean, that's 130 headshot currently. So if not a little bit, maybe a little bit. I think it's actually like 126 right now. I think that's actually more accurate for what it is, because their helmet does a little bit more to the multiplier than mine does. So I think it's like 126 to the head. So this would be a higher percentage of that person's health. But if you thought about 126 versus 150, if that person lost a single bar of shield, then that's a one-shot headshot. So I think realistically, the Sentinel's still going to feel the same that it does on drop. It's just going to be a little bit easier to use because of the rate of fire increase. So I think this is fine. The charge rifle, I don't think we give a headshot multiplier. I'm fairly certain the charge doesn't have a headshot multiplier currently. So this is just going to be, you know, what it is. This is just equal to that. Super easy. And then this is just going to be, you know, 2 3 2 3 2 3 2 2 2 2. I think that's just kind of what it is. And super easy, 2.22 time to kill all the time, but hit scan. So there's that. And then this would have to be a little bit different too as well. So that's kind of the way, like the beam itself wouldn't have a headshot multiplier, but then the shot would. So that would be like a weird damage thing that would be kind of a pain in the ass to calculate. It's a lot of work. And so realistically, because of the overall buff to the charge and how much it kicks people away when they're shooting, like the aim punch from getting shot by this thing is massive. So it's fine if it's that, you know, it's no big deal. Yeah, 6.67, that's perfect. And then the triple take with the choke is going to be the different equation that we have from before. And then the G7 double tap is going to be the different equation too. So this is the charge rifle is the same. The Sentinel is already put down there as 1.25. Sentinel with anvil is already put down as the same thing too. The longbows I think already put down as well, so that's all done. This is not the case for this health pool, so that can go away. It is just going to be that. Charge is going to be just that. Charge is going to be just that. Triple take with the chokes 1.66 apparently. I guess I already did that math already. It's the same shot reduction as here. Oh, what is this triple take? Is it triple take? I guess I didn't put triple take down. And then I have to do devotion and havoc and G7 double tap. So we're almost done with headshots. That'd be cool. What is triple take? 1.66. Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is. It is just I didn't look high enough. I'm being dumb. So there's that, and then this would be there apparently. I don't think that's actually going to be the case. I don't think that's going to be it at all. So, because with the choke, it's still like this is the same damage. The choke doesn't make it do more damage. I think it's going to be 2.56 for everything. So it should just be the same thing. So let me get the choke message here, which is this guy, because this needs to get copied to the headshot for the triple take choke. This is equal to that. Oh no, it isn't. Okay. This I'm gonna just have equal to the other cell. So this is just gonna be equal to body here. That's the same formula. Is it? No, that's dumb. That's a bad idea. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna copy it here. And then this is going to be the aim down sight time, which is K169. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. plus the shots to kill, which is right here, which is L169. Minus 1 divided by the rate of fire, which is H169. And then plus the shots to kill times 3, which would be L169. Yeah, times 0.3. That's the number of chokes that you have to do. Yeah, so that's that equation. Perfect. And then this can get copied. Will save me way less time. Save me way less time. Save me way more time. That's what I mean. I is smart. L goes to M. L goes to M. And then H stays there. That stays there. Perfect. Okay. L goes to P. That stays the same. L goes to Q. There we go. Okay. And then this is going to go to T. Oh, no. No, it isn't. U. There we go. No, the fuck it isn't. Not going to U. This is going to go to X. Yep. A B. Yep. And A C. A C. Perfect. And then the triple takes headshot is staying the same, so that will be equal this. And it will be the same numbers as up here too, so just make that equal to this as well. No point in redoing the math, that hasn't changed. And then it'll be the same here too. That's all going to be the same. So if one changes somewhere, then the other changes too. No point in making that maddeningly inconsistent. That can just equal the other team, and then the other team, the other page, and it's going to be the same 2.56. So that's what I expected. So there's that, and that should be G7 double tap is not done. Devotion and Havoc are not done. Almost everything. So the G7 double tap is going to require the same adaptation of the equation, which is why I didn't do it yet, because I have to take this guy and make it true for this as well. Oh wait, no, I thought we did the same. We did the same equation, didn't we? Because this is such a negligible difference. Oh no, never mind. It's right here. No, we didn't. We were not dumb about it. Ah, goddamn. Okay. Oh, we did the right thing. What was the 300 millisecond? Is that that's the burst delay? I don't know what I want for dinner. I took out chicken. Um, yeah, Kate's getting off work, so that'll be nice. Yeah, this is fuck me. I hate this is what I don't like about burst delays. This the math. This is such a pain in the ass. It's not that it's hard, it's just a pain in the ass, man. Absolute pain in the ass. Absolute pain in the ass. Okay. So, 1 divided by G187, that's the rate of fire. So the rate of fire on the double tap is now H109, which is what this needs to get turned into. That is now that's the K187 is the shot to kill, and that is now equal to L109. So L109 needs to go there, and K187 needs to go to L109 here. Yes, L1009. Perfect. And then J187 is obviously the ADS time, so that needs to go to K109. There. And done. Right. And then double tap is going to be the same as all this. So this is going to be equal to that. This is going to be equal to that times 2, which is going to be interesting. Those are some big numbers. And then this is going to be its own individual things. 3s, 2s, 3s. 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Okay. So, that will be a thing. That's a lot of carbs tonight, but it'll be tasty. So double tap 2. Remember, so 2 is the correct amount, so we won't need the 1 divided by H109 because that's going to be if there's a 3, which is for here. So this will need that for sure, but the others won't. And then this L109 needs to get turned into a T109. That's a Y. This would be a T. Sorry, Y is next to T on your keyboard in case you didn't know. So I wasn't looking. So there's that. So that's perfect. And then you need this the same equation here, there, there, and there. So okay. So there's that. L is going to get turned into X. Yep, X. Okay. There. And a Y. Oh, she's not work yet. Okay. Just slow and she's hungry. I guess. Oh yeah, she came in. She went in late, so she's not off until they close. So, but she's just thinking about food at work. So she's wondering what's for dinner. That's funny. Okay. Then AB, oh, no, not AB, AC rather. Thank you. Go into AC. Perfect, because it's 3. So if it's a 3 or a 5 or anything, that means it's just a 5-shot kill. So, which is mimicked here. So this is actually a 6-shot kill. This says that it's not a 6. Oh, yeah. So this is a 6-shot kill. Then this doesn't need that. Sorry, I actually don't need to. What I need to go off of is the bottom row, not the top row. So this is actually 6-shot. So this doesn't need to be here on that one. That's actually correct. But then this is a 5-shot, so that's correct. This is a 5-shot, so that's correct. This is a 5-shot, so that's correct. This is a 4-shot. This is a 5-shot, and then the rest are all 4 shots. Oh, this is apparently a 3-shot. So this one needs it too. And that's how we know who needs what on the equation. This goes from L to M. There we go. But this is a 4-shot. So this one doesn't need it. Because 4-shot, 3-shot. Perfect. They should be super similar time to kills because they're not the same. So these don't even have the right equation, which is, and that doesn't have the right equation because it's the big regular one, not the weird one. So and L gets turned into P. Yeah, perfect. And L gets turned into Q. Perfect. Okay. So that is, oh, never mind. Missed one. And L gets turned into U. L gets turned into U. That's all of them. Okay, perfect. So that's done. So double tap turns into 1.08. Just a little over here, go here to there, 1.08. And then there's the Devotion and the Havoc, which have the weird charge up times and all that are kind of a pain in the butt. I'm gonna toss you on well, you know, I can finish this real quick. I have to do a chore, but got time to put it off. Just can't forget. So I can finish up the Devotion, I can finish up the Havoc, and that would be every single headshot time done. And then that would be enough work to call that an end to the stream so that we can move on to limbs and where we think limbs need to go. And then after that, that's getting real close to done with this part. We still kind of need to do shotguns. I kind of want to do shotguns like completely last. I don't think I want to do those yet. I do want to have the shotguns at the same speed or slower than SMGs because apparently when you make a shotgun as good as SMGs, people freak the fuck out. So, you know, even though in every other video game, the shotguns fucking shred SMGs up close because they should. It's what gives them balance is like extreme close range that they're good. So instead of making it extreme close range that they're good, I'm making it close range that they're good, but they're not, you know, necessarily better than SMGs. They still have a function, they still have a reliability, they have a, you know, all of that. They're still very usable, but they're not going to be, you know, faster than SMGs and such like that, because when you do that, apparently people freak the fuck out. So, or at least Apex people freak the fuck out. Other games like COD, it's not even that big a deal, but it's the easy use and the hip fire and the movement speed. Like all of those are pretty big pros. So to not have to ADS, to have faster movement speed than people that are ADS, like it is It is nice. So having it be, you know, slower would be fine. Like even the Eva 8 in my as is in my build would be balanced. So you could give it better range and it would still be balanced. So that's that'd be fine. But I also don't have an issue with the Eva. The main thing I do with the Eva is get rid of the headshot multiplier. The headshot multiplier lets it be a 3-shot kill, and a 3-shot kill with the Eva is fast, really fast. So I would just get rid of headshot multiplier, which I did. I got rid of the headshot multiplier on shotguns. They're just gone. No limb fall off, no headshot. It is just gone. So no more headshot multipliers for shotguns, but also no more limb fall off either. So more consistent damage. Right. So what was next? The devotion was next. This is 800 milliseconds, fire 7 shots. So it's going to depend on what we make the shots to kill. And so currently, oh shoot, this is not going to be right. I have to go the body and grab the devotion TTK. How I did that? How did I do that? I did the devotion pre-fire first, and then the devotion is pre-fire minus. So I have to do the pre-fire first, because the pre-fire is just a regular standard TTK. Nothing crazy about that. So where is Devo pre-fire? Right here. Okay, so devotion pre-fire is the full 15 the entire time. And right now the devotion's killing in like 1.25 to the body. Pre-fire, 1.25 to the body. So at most, it should beat the L star and go down to like 1.05 to 1.010 at most. So that would make it a 10 shot. Yeah, perfect. 10 shot. A 10 shot kill to the head. And a 10 shot kill to the head means 18 damage. So it'd go from 14 to 18, which is a very small headshot multiplier. Very small. That's probably 1.2. No, 1.5. 0.4. Not very small, but reasonable. 1.4. That's a pretty damn good headshot multiplier, actually. That's pretty damn good. Okay. So 17, 14, 15, 19, and 16. Okay, so 12, 15, 11, really? 13, 10, 12, 9, 11, 8, 9. Okay. Yeah, that's all pretty reasonable. So that would be that. Okay, cool. Cool. And so then the devotion is going to need to borrow the formula from before, because I think this is actually just plus 0.8. That's all it is. It's just plus 0.8. It's not even a lot of work. This is faster than going through and doing everything else. Okay. Now, this is all going to equal what the other devotion is anyway, so that doesn't matter. Do. And then same thing over there. Okay, never mind. That will just be equal to that. And then this is going to be equal to devotion pre-fire minus 7. That's it. That is all. And then this can get deleted so that I don't accidentally put in new numbers and fuck everything up. That way I know this is a special circumstance. And then that was just going to be the new thing. And so that can just do that too. The devotion without pre-firing would take 1.38 seconds, and the other one would take 1.05. So 1.05 right there, and then this would take 1.38, which is right there, which is definitely reasonable. That gives a the far end and the close end of SMGs to where it's that unpredictability that the same way the Havoc has it, but still usable. It's still usable. It's just going to be inconsistent. So it'll be one of those things where if you hold it down hella early, almost a second early, and then walk around that corner with that slow ass movement speed, it's going to be great. But remember that the ADS movement speed of this gun is going to be really slow, so like it's not going to be overpowered. Trust, like the numbers alone are going to tell you that even at full roar, it's not overpowered. It's going to be better than a lot of the other guns, but it's not broken. You're just going to lose when you're supposed to. That's all it is. You're losing when you're supposed to. A gun isn't broken because you lose. It's broken when you lose when you're not supposed to. So is the devotion going to make you lose when you're not supposed to? No, it isn't. It's not going to make you lose if you have an R9 if you're both doing well. But if you're a shitty player, then yeah, you're going to lose. That's all it comes down to, is that if it doesn't mean that the gun's broken. Odds are it means you did something wrong. So that does the devotion. Next up would be the Havoc. I think that's actually the last one is the Havoc. Havoc's the last one. It's not even both Havocs, it's just the one. Just the one Havoc. So we did Havoc double tap already. And then I need the regular Havoc, which is right here. So this is going to equal the same thing, and this is going to be equal to Havoc double tap. That's not going anywhere. And then this can all go away too. This pre-fire is what we did the base value on. And then this is going to be equal to that. Wow, 1.5 headshot multiplier. That's crazy. That's a really high one compared to everything else, at least. And then it's going to be this plus 0.3. That's it. It's a 300 millisecond open bolt delay. So all you got to do is add 0.3 to the Havoc and you're done. It's just extra work I didn't want to do. It's not like this one was going to be hard. But I'm just lazy. Oh, 1.21. Okay, that's still competitive. Okay, 1.21. That's reasonable. Havoc here, there, 1.21. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. I'm really liking that. And this is, yeah, that's everything. So that is all of my new officially complete, all of the new body time to kills and the new headshot time to kills. The fastest killing weapon is being buffed by 240 milliseconds, which is about a quarter of a second. So not a whole lot, but enough. It will help a lot of gunfights end just that little bit sooner. So that's going to be huge. Is you're going to see a slight reduction in third partying on this because of how quickly the gunfights are going to end. You're going to be well prepared. That quarter second can be enough to click that body shield or not. So it is going to be a difference. You might think, well, why are you only buffing it that much? Because that much matters. That little bit does actually matter quite a bit. So if you're not used to FPSs, if you don't know that 240 milliseconds is a long time in these games, it's enough that you're going to notice it for sure. It's not going to make the game completely different. Like I mentioned at the beginning, it won't make it completely different, but it is enough to help the game be a better version of what it is. It's not going to change the identity, but it will make it faster, and that's the point. Some guns are getting a much bigger buff than 240 milliseconds. I didn't just take all of the gun data and subtract 240 milliseconds. Not at all what I did. In fact, I've got the episodes to prove it. I created all of this basically from scratch. There's not a whole lot that I directly copied from them. The rates of fire, yeah, the rates of fire I did try to copy as much as I could from them, but that's not because I couldn't think of rates of fire. That's not hard. It's because for the guns to feel the same way that they have for the last 2 years, they need to be as identical as possible to the current weapons and fire rate. The fire rate and recoil is not changing a whole lot in my rework because that's what makes the guns what they are. They're going to feel the same way that they felt to shoot from before and after. Exception of the Spitfire. The Spitfire, as a slow rate of fire SMG, should not be shooting 9 shots a second. That's not slow. It's not. So I reduce the rate of fire from 9 to 6.5, which is going to slow it down a good bit, and I up the damage. So it's a harder hitting LMG with a slower rate of fire that makes it less forgiving. And that's one of the things that people always say is a pro to the Spitfire is how forgiving it is and how big of a mag it has. Well, I make it less forgiving. So a slower rate of fire means that the time between each shot gets longer, which means missing shots drastically affects your time to kill. Look at snipers, right? The longbow and hitting in 1 shot less goes from 1.81 to 1.36. That's almost 500 milliseconds. I think it's like 440 milliseconds faster. That's a good amount of time. But it also means that if you miss a shot, then it's 440 milliseconds slower, putting it well over 2.2 seconds to get a kill. And right now, the longbow's at 2.8 if you're perfect. So for the longbow to allow you 1 less shot in accuracy and still kill faster than perfect accuracy right now in Apex, that's a huge buff to the longbow. Huge buff. And again, it won't be overpowered. That's how shitty snipers are in Apex. They're so slow that I can literally give it one of the biggest buffs it's ever had, and it still won't be OP because they're just that bad. So there you go. Up close, you will get fucked if you have a longbow. 1.8 seconds is basically 500 milliseconds or more below above the average time to kill, right? That means that the Hemlock and on will easily beat you up close, as all of those should. You're looking at the R99, the Alternator, the Prowler, the RE, the Volt, the Havoc, the Flatline, the the R301, the L-Star, the Devotion if you pre-fire, and the Hemlock. All of those will handily beat you, and close behind, still a very strong competitor. Not by no means like will it be a close call. Like you can even add on the Wingman, the Havoc without pre-firing, and the Spitfire. All of those are so far below the longbow that it is no contest up close. No contest. Closing distance will still be huge and the way to beat snipers. It's just going to be harder. It's just going to be harder to close distance. It won't be impossible. By any means will it be impossible. But it's going to be a lot more difficult than it used to be because it never was difficult in the fucking first place. So it will challenge a lot of low skill players, and it will moderately challenge some medium and high skill players. But it's for people that don't understand how to close distance reliably, for people who don't know how to close distance with legend abilities, you're going to have a hard time against snipers. But for players that are already pretty good at that already do that against like the R301, that already do that against the Spitfire, that already do that against the Devotion or the G7, you're going to be fine. You're not going to have a huge impact to your gameplay. You're just going to have to start closing distance from further away. These sniper changes are going to make when you need to be defensive happen at a longer distance, because right now anything past 100 meters is nothing you have to worry about. That will no longer be the case. The longbow and the sentinel will handily challenge you and hit you from 100 to 200 meters. So you will have to pay attention to snipers. You will have to maybe have a rampart or something on your side so that you can put down a wall and shoot back from 100, 200 meters away if you get sniped at. Because rampart will be more than effective at that engagement range, and with these long of time to kills, the snipers can't break her wall fast enough. So she can put down multiple walls, and like she already has, she could put down 2, maybe even all 3 walls, and fire back for 10, 20 seconds, no problem, and take minimal damage. Because that's how her kit is built. She's more than capable of doing that right now. She just never has to do that. So people think she's useless. But this would make you have to do that as Rampart. It would let you do that as Rampart, really, more likely. And it would, Gibraltar would get fantastic use at range. And then you could make the Gibby Dome have a health bar. So that up close, I didn't do that, but you could. If you need to, you definitely could give it 1,000 health, just like Lifeline. That way, if you have multiple teams shooting at you, when you put down a bubble in the end game, it doesn't last so long. But at range, handily, just fine, no big deal. One team trying to do 1,000 damage, they'll blow through so much ammo that they don't even want to try. And make it just make it unaffected by airstrikes, make it unaffected, that kind of thing. It's just bullet damage, bullets and maybe grenades. There's probably a way you could code that to make it so that ultimates don't damage it. No big deal. Crypto's EMP is really effective against the dome, so that's a huge way to counter him. So, if you get, end game a Gibby, you can always try to pop off his Crypto's EMP. It's got a pretty good range, so you don't necessarily have to fly the drone super far if it's a small circle. So there's that too. Or if you are a Crypto with an EMP and there's a Gibby and no Rampart and they're trying to camp in the open, you could actually time a headshot with a Sentinel Anvil or Kraber at 100, 200, 100 meters, 150 meters away when they put down their dome. And because the Crypto drone can go that far, and the Crypto drone could put off an EMP and destroy the dome while, the Rampart maybe or someone else is setting up a sniper shot and getting that headshot on that person. And that would be a knock for sure because of the EMP damage as well. Because the EMP would do 40, which is going to make the Sentinel a one-shot headshot against 180 armor with anvils. So if you can get anvils on your Sentinel and you have a Crypto, an EMP, then a headshot is a knock guaranteed. Which also means that if you have an Octane, then now you can have a reason to use Crypto, because Crypto with anvils is going to be the one-shot headshot fucking matchup of the century, and especially with an Octane or a Pathfinder, to be able to close that distance as well to capitalize on the knock. That's going to be huge. So you're going to have a whole new avenue for Legend meta because of how Crypto will work into anvils and because of how Rampart will work into snipers as both a counter and a sniper. So you're going to have a more diverse Legend meta as well. So these sniper buffs are not just to make sniping good. These sniper buffs make Rampart good. They make Rampart helpful. And in a way, an offensive Legend, because if she sees a team far away and she has her sniper, she can put up walls because they won't be accurate enough to blow them all up. And so she can hold the line, stop that push, and be in the open doing what she's supposed to be able to do without them having to deploy so fast that she becomes an offensive Legend. Because they could stay exactly as they are for her and it'd be just fine. Because there's no way they do enough damage in time to destroy it. The DPS is just too slow. So, anyway, that's why this is important. In case you're just like, oh, I don't want snipers to be good. Well, then you have Legends that are just fundamentally misdesigned. So what do you want me to do? Like this makes a lot, specifically Rampart, way more helpful. Way more helpful. And, you don't have to extend that passive buff to anything past LMGs, because LMGs is who she is as a character. So you don't want to take that away. You don't want to, add on more to what she isn't. But she wouldn't need any other buffs or passives beside the LMG one if snipers got the buff that they need to, because then she can, be a sniper kind of, more like Pathfinder ended up being. And, Gibby was intended to be long range as well. So since he's been so utilitarian at range, maybe we do need to give it a health bar. But having the legend ability for crypto be the counter is pretty huge too. So that's going to be good too, because it gives crypto a good reason to get picked too, because his ultimate destroys it. So there's that. But anyway, that's probably going to do it, because this is the same headshot time. This is the same headshot time. This is not the same headshot time. It's way down here at 0.6. This is the same. This is not the same. This is not the same. Those are already there. And then this is basically going to be the same as well. I can just do that. And then that has a time. That all has a time. That has a time. That has a time. Yep. Time. No time, because this is the same. So yeah, that is looking like everything. So we're gonna go ahead and just take a breather, and I'm gonna start changing all the headshot stuff into the order it's supposed to be, because I'm pretty sure it isn't in the order it's supposed to be, like 99% sure. Wait, no, yeah, is it? No, it definitely is. It definitely is, because I went off of, I did that last episode. I forgot I did that last episode, so this is fine. This is completely fine. Okay. So the head print needs to get reworked as well. This is a way to print out everything that I just said, but now this is for the head, which now no longer has shotguns. So that's nice. So this can get changed. This is all going to have to get changed. Yeah. There. Delete. Yeah, because this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. That now matters. But yeah, I'm just gonna work on forum format. So you guys can ask questions or dip. There won't be anything else exciting in the stream. I know how riveting this stuff is, but there won't be anything else in the stream worth staying around for. So we are going to say goodbye right now, but I'm going to keep the stream up and keep working so that people can come by live and talk. So for those of you that are watching the repeat, you're totally fine. You can go dip, do your thing, move on, consider watching the other content. Stuff like that, that'd be huge. Sharing the content for people who haven't quite seen it yet. There's some tweets on Twitter that you could retweet. That'd be super helpful. Helping get the attention of other content creators. I know Macro has done some stuff about comparisons and stuff stuff in game, and he's had some ideas for reworks too. I tweeted at him as well just to see if he would be interested in looking at my work, because he had ideas himself. And I really enjoy bouncing ideas off of other people, and it helps me refine my ideas more. And sometimes we end up, merging ideas to become even better than they were before. So that is 100% what I would like to be doing. I would like to get both content creators' opinions. I'd love to get, Apex gamers' opinions. I know that people coming by these streams must be playing Apex, because this would be really weird and boring to watch if you didn't care about Apex the same way that I do. So thank you for coming by, and I hope you realize that this is because I would like Apex to be good, and I would like to have a reason to play it after Battlefield. I don't have a big reason to play Apex right now. It's fun, but it's not great, and there's other great games out there that I'm not playing because Apex was free and those other games were expensive, and now those games are not that expensive and I already bought them. So I kind of want to go play those great games instead of Apex, because Apex isn't that great a game. It's a cool game, it's a fun game, it's got a great concept, great idea, but it's gotten too repetitive. I mean, 2 years of the same gun meta is getting old. There's not a huge need for deviation. There's tons of stuff and tons of legends that I can use, but that I just get punished for using. The SBMM matchmaking in pubs, I get put with so many similar skilled players that there's no wiggle room. Like, it's just as hard as ranked most of the time, because they're they're almost the same players. I don't get people who are, you know, worse or not than me. Most of my lobbies are like I'm the bottom skill level because of where I ended up going and because of how well I did in the game. I'm now the food for the other bigger fish, and I don't ever get to be the big fish. And that's, you know, that's what pubs is for, is to let people be the big fish. So consistently my games are like I'm one of the worst players consistently in my lobbies. And that's partially attributed to my above 1 KD, but there's people that I play with that have below a 1 KD that when they solo queue is the same thing. So, and on the new account that I made, that account's below a 1 KD. And that account for PC, not my Xbox account, but my PC account, that account is getting the same thing. And it's just so surprising. I don't understand it. So it's been a huge bummer. It's been a huge bummer. And I would like to enjoy Apex again, but for that to happen, I want the diverse weapon meta, and it just doesn't have that. I want to be able to stay back and use my ability as a ranged player to my advantage, because up close I am getting fucking shredded by all these people because they're too accurate. They're too good up close. I can't compete with them up close. It's the same reason I stopped playing ranked. I couldn't compete with them up close at ranked, and then at range, there's nothing that I'm doing that's effective. And everyone else in Apex knows that sniping is dumb as fuck, and so no one stays back with you, especially solo queuing. Getting a whole team to go, hey, let's stay at range, no, it's not going to happen. And if it does happen, then they're all the same as me. And by end game, maybe we get some high damage, maybe we get a knock or two, and if we're lucky, we get a couple assists, but odds are we aren't getting any kills, and odds are by end game, we're all going to get fucked anyway. So we're not going to climb the same way that we would if we just embrace the close range meta, because getting and securing kills at range in Apex is laughable. So, like, there was no way. I'd have to put in so many hours to get to that point that I just don't have or want to do, that there is no other option than either grinding the game for weeks, months, you know, multiple hours a day in order to get that good at the close range stuff like I was before, or even just even better than I was before. And it would take me that long just to get back to where I was, let alone get better than I was before. I was already pretty fucking good. So it's just one of those games where, like, when you put it down and you stop, or you just stop gaming, the skill ceiling is so high and there's no other option strategy that you either move on or you double down and stay with it. And that, I hate that. I honestly hate that. One of my favorite things about Battlefield and COD was that it was a kind of game that if I wanted to binge it, I could take like a 2-3 month break, and in like a week or two, I was right back where I was, because the skill ceiling was just so forgiving and lower, I guess, but not necessarily like super low. Like, you still had to be good at the game to do well every single game, because but it's just one of those things that's a huge issue with me in Apex, is that the time it takes to really grind out and get that good and stay that good is so high, and I don't have it. I don't care enough anymore. I don't have the time for it. I don't want to make the time for it either. So they can either change the weapon meta so that it's easier for players to pick up and better suited to other play styles, or I'm just going to leave. And that's more than okay. If they don't want to, they don't have to. If you don't agree with these changes, that's fine. I'm already gone. You don't need, you don't have to, and there's no, like, I've accepted the fact that I don't care about putting in the time to get better. I just don't anymore. I like how good I am at the game. I'm comfortable with how good I am at the game, but for how annoying pubs is, because it's basically just ranked, and then for how sweaty ranked is getting, I don't have the time, and I don't have the team, especially for ranked. I don't have the team. I can put up with it in solos. I don't mind. I can play with viewers and we're fine. I there's something on the line for those games, so it's not frustrating to do bad all day. I can just spend my time
and mess around and have a couple good games every now and then. That's fine. That's a typical battle royale. But still, even for that, it still feels a little too strict, and I would like to see it relaxed a bit to allow more lower skilled players than you in the lobbies, because I, at least for me, around the plat level, I'm getting a lot of other plats, better plats, and like diamonds in my lobbies, and they're just way better than me. That's just all it comes down to. They're just way better than me. I took probably a 3-month break after binging it for almost a year, and like everything went away. You know, it just gone. Forget it. I'd have to binge it for months to get back to where I was, and I just don't want to do that. So, and for the most part, I know you guys are probably thinking, well, like, I still felt this way even during the binge. Even when I was good, most of these thoughts were still there, right? So my opinion hasn't changed because I got worse. It's just that now that I have gotten worse, I don't care about getting better, right? I don't care about going back to where I was because that doesn't interest me anymore. So I still feel this way. I have always felt this way about Apex. No matter how good I got at the game, this still felt like it needed to happen. It's just that now I'm willing to walk away and not put up with it anymore. That's what changed. Not that I got worse and that I decided that the game was at fault for me getting worse. I don't want to put in the time. It's not that, you know, it's getting good takes practice. I don't care about practicing at this game anymore. I'd rather practice at other games and get better at them. So there's that. That's what it comes down to. Anyway, so that's end of rants. I'm starting to get tired, so we're gonna switch over for live Q&A. So from this point on, nothing's probably gonna happen. So you can just go watch one of the other episodes and move on with your life. But for, you know, in case anyone saw my posts on Twitter and stuff like that, like we're gonna stay here and just do some prep work for tomorrow by messing with the formats of the forms and getting everything ready for that. So we're gonna modify the limb spreadsheet probably a bit. We're gonna get the print versions up to snuff. Definitely the print versions up to snuff, and get those in the same, you know, gun tier order list. Get them with the right stats. You know, I have to get rid of low profile and all that. So that's gonna be what we're doing. It won't be interesting unless people ask me questions. So you're more than welcome to go. No big deal. This is just stuff that I would do off stream, but because this episode didn't have a lot of questions, I'm going to go ahead and stay live so that people have a chance to come by and ask questions. Although I don't expect it, I'm still going to leave the chance for that. So that's all we're going to be doing, is just doing all the boring work that I'd usually do off camera, or that I would do off camera if it mattered, but I'm fine. And we're not doing averages anymore, so that can go away. So that doesn't matter. There was 3 and now there's only 2, so averages don't really matter. This is going to be a thing, so that can just get merged. So this is for 140, that's for 160. This is all equal to different things, I think. But I'm not really worried about that. I think I'll probably gray out those this time too. No, it's less ink. The whole thing was about using less ink. This is what actually matters, is the time to kills. The goal of this was to help it all use less ink. So, because the fucking ink's expensive, man. You would not believe how expensive printer ink is. I didn't know it was that expensive till I needed to start printing shit, and I was like, fuck you, like this is expensive. Like, holy hell. Stupidly expensive. Right. That fixes that. This is gonna mean that less of them are gonna fit because of how wide everything was. Bigger. Righty. So I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here. And then that goes there just like that. And then this can get copied and pasted here all the way down. Okay. And then this can do Command P to figure out where the lines are. So close. Oh, cancel. Save this. We don't want to. There we go. That's where that line is. That's what matters. Because on that line, we want to make sure that this gun is in range. So up here, we need to add in some cells, just like that, so that this can get copied, go in there. And then this is the start of the next page. So that just goes there like that. And that's all you need. So do that, and then you keep doing the thing. So now that's our new middle. So I'll probably end up, yeah, I'll just do that. This is back when the Havoc had double tap and pre-fire, because the double tap was different than what I modified it to. So it's not quite the same. But there we go. So that's 1 page, 2 page, 3 page. So here again. Fix. Fourth page. Do there. Yep. And this is the good one. So that's all the way down to there. And yep. Okay, cool. So let's go to sure. And that will let me know 140 to 160. And then down here is where the next one starts. So go to here, delete those. I just copy all of this, hit copy, and then go here and hit paste and replace. And then make this 180, make that 200, and do that all the way down. Oh, nope, hold on. No, I don't. This is headshot, so I don't do that. This becomes 180 level 2, and this becomes 180 level 3 because this is headshot, not body shot. So there's 3 different sets. Which I don't think I actually need to do. I may not do the 3rd set, if I'm being honest, because this is what matters. I already know that 200 health is going to be more, so like I don't have to. Don't have to do the next one. That's as far as it goes down, really? Seriously? Okay. I don't know why it only goes down to here, but it only does. I must have gotten rid of a lot of the guns. This is way longer. But yeah, see there's level 3. This is a different format. It's a bit easier to use, but no, yeah, there was a reason that I did that. So like I should. It's like already here too. What is that supposed to be? What the fuck? Oh, yep, that's what that's supposed to be. This is a whole thing short because of the oh god. That's a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's gonna be super fucking annoying to fix. Do I give a fuck? I honestly, right now I don't, but I should. I need to give a fuck, but I don't right now. So, because I do need to use this data, so it is going to be important. Comparison for the big overall chart, I will need it. I just want to try to not need it, but I need it. Oh yeah, because it's a one, then the other. So you get 2 of them back to back, but I don't have to do it this way though. I could do it this way. It could be the gun name. Then I could do a single line. That would make this a bit more condensed. And low profile is obviously not a thing. Fortified is not a thing. So this would I think at this point I didn't care about the headshot multiplier. Do I even have it? I do. Oh, I do have the multiplier here, which I don't really need at this level, and here I don't really need. But I guess I'll use it anyway. So the headshot multiplier, the fortified damage, the base damage, or rather, normal. What do I call it? I do call it base damage. Okay. Base damage. So gun name, base damage. And then this would be the fortified TTK. Okay. Then this would be the gun name. And then all of this would go there. Why is that suddenly... Ah. it's one more because of the multiplier. I get the multiplier twice, so it becomes twice as far, which is why I didn't put the multiplier here in the first place, because it made it too long. That's why I did that. So not as annoying to fix as I thought it would be, but still a tad annoying. But not that bad. That's honestly, that's pretty fucking quick. So there we go. Then yeah, so that's both. That'll do both guns the way I need it to. Level 300, just fine. Then I just go through and get rid of a lot of this. But if I just do that and then do this and get lucky like that, then it'll do that for me. So no big deal. And that should fit probably all of them, if I'm being honestly. Do that to a merge cell. How about that? Can you do that to a merge cell? Nope. Can you do that to a merge cell? Nope. How about that? Can you do that? Nope. Can't do that either. How about this? Nope. Can't do that either. Okay. What if I do this? Can you do it then? Yes. Yes, you can. Okay, perfect. So if I need another page, I can make another page, but I don't think I'm going to need a page. I think that'll be enough. That's going to fit a lot more guns than I think. So this should be fine. Okay, so there's the headshot prints version, coordinated the way it needs to. And then, oh, that was a good pop. Oh. This is going to equal everything up top on this page, so it's going to start here. And this shouldn't be spaced out. Oh, it is. I am amazing. Each page is spaced out exactly the way it's supposed to be. I was that smart. Hell yeah. Multiplier there. Fortified damage. This is going to be two different kinds of fortified damage. The fortified damage for level 140 is level 1 helmet here, so that'd be that one. Level 2 is this one here, which is still 12. Oh, it's always 12 on the R9. That's funny. Okay. And then base damage would be equal to this, but for fortified it would not be. It would be that base damage. Oh, no, this isn't about. Never mind. God damn it. I am being dumb. Leave me alone. That. There we go. Okay, and then the shots to kill fortified are equal to head, shots to kill fortified there. And then this can go to that. And then this, oh, this actually continues across the way, by the way. This, it would, if, what is that one? No, that's head M7. Head, N7. Aha. There you go. And then this is equal to this here, there, and then That's Q7. Well, as long as we know what comes after Q, then we're fine. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that should be everything. Now we have the shot to kill for fortified, not fortified at 160, time to kills at 160. Shots, yeah, that should all be fine. That's the base damage at 140, base damage at 160. It goes down because the multiplier goes down. Fortified is the same on both. The one attachment multiplies 1.15. And this, because I'm amazing, should all copy down like this. Haha! Because it's spaced out the way it's supposed to. Because I plan ahead. So I don't have to do that for every single gun. It's all the same spacing because Excel goes off of the reference cell of the one above. So as long as everything is spaced out the same way on this sheet as it is on the other sheet, then it will copy and paste all the way down the way it's supposed to. So that is why there's these bars and stuff, which is also why the other one was formatted the way it was. God damn it. I fucked up the spacing on the 200 level one, which is going to be annoying. That's going to be annoying. But I have to do that every page. Every page I do this, and then I copy everything all the way down, because this spacing is different here to make sure that it goes from page to page the same way. So I have to alter everything, but there's a shortcut than having to click everything the way that it's supposed to. It's just getting the... Now that this is done, the only thing that's wrong are the numbers. So this goes from the flat line to the L star, and if I go back to head, the L star is not after the flat line, it's the R301 is. So if I change the name to 43 and go from the name difference of 43 to 45, that's the same difference that everything on that page is off. So 43 and 45 should be 8. So if I go back to head print and I take this and subtract 8 to 41, then nope. There we go. 43. So it was 9 minus 3. That's what it's off. It's 9 and 43. So 6. So everything on this is 6 off. So A47 is off by 6, which means it's actually A41. And this is off by 6, so it's actually 43. And this is off by 6, so it's 43. And this is off by, oh, you guessed it, 6. And 6. Oh, nope, don't do that. Okay, so there we go. So now everything is back to the way that it's supposed to, which means that all of this will copy the way that it's supposed to again. And we're done on that page. So now we have the L star the way it's supposed to, that the way it's supposed to, and then this will copy the same way that's supposed to here, except again it's off by 6. So instead of 85, this should be 79, and now we have the Spitfire instead. So by 6, so 77. Yep. 79. And this is what I mean by the boring part. There's nothing much to this. It's just, if you care about seeing how I make the spreadsheets and how I'm going to work later, because I will be working with these printouts, and that will be obviously not on camera because I don't do a face cam. So you guys are going to be listening to me talk a little bit because I'll be working with spreadsheets that are printed instead of what's on screen. So I'll have references in front of me, which is basically what I have right now. I just don't have you looking at those references. So We might change that in the future, but it won't be on this project. If we do more projects like this, then maybe. I had considered doing the same thing with Battlefield when the new Battlefield comes out. Not confident or sure on that. Also, apparently my iguana is walking around, and he only does that when he has to poop. So I'm gonna leave this as is and go AFK for a minute and go deal with him because he probably just pooped somewhere, and I need to go check. So I'll be right back. Oh my god, I have been muted that entire time, haven't I? God fucking damn it. I hate that. I really do. I don't know how long I've been muted. I actually don't know how long I've been muted. All right. Well, if you guys were taking bets on how long it would take to notice, then that's official. So go ahead and leave that somewhere, and you can now keep a record of how long Dainty's been muted and didn't know. So probably been close to an hour. That's fun. That's fun. Anyway, I gotta go check on the iguana again, which I think is the last time that I left to go deal with that, and that's been about an hour ago. So fun. I'm not gonna mute my mic this time so that I don't forget. Hopefully, too much of this wasn't muted. I'm gonna be a little bummed if a lot of this was muted. Fun. This is why an engaging chat helps me. By the way, at no point should my stream be quiet. I talk too much for that. So if my stream is ever quiet, I'm probably muted. And so having someone to remind me of that is helpful, because I do look at chat, but just in the bottom left corner of the other screen is whether or not my mic is working, and I need my screen in a different spot to know for sure. I'd rather have my screen above the other screen, so that way I can look at the corner and see if my mic is on, but I can't do that right now. So I have no fucking clue if my mic is on. So that's fucking awesome. I could probably fix that if I started gaming on my actual laptop instead of the extra monitor, but if I did that, I wouldn't get to use the keyboard because the space on the desk doesn't quite allow for that. And then maybe I could get away with that. But then when I'm on Xbox, it wouldn't quite work. It would be a much bigger hassle than what it's worth to switch that around. And then I'd have to, make a stand for the monitor to go above the laptop screen and blah, 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 blah. I could use my webcam then, and then I could do a face cam with the webcam on my laptop, and that would be adequate. But no, we're not going to do that. So, yeah, apologies for being muted. That was fun. I got to go redo his bathwater because he's shedding, so he needs to be in the bath longer than he wants to, which isn't fun because he doesn't want to. And then I'll come back and keep going. But essentially, you didn't miss much. It's just a little explanation. Anyway, yeah, if you have questions, in case that part was fucking muted too, if you have questions or anything or about anything at all, then please let me know. We've been pretty active on Twitter, so if you want to follow us on Twitter too, that would be awesome. If you want to submit questions on Twitter or the Discord, that is perfectly acceptable as well. Would love to hear your questions and thoughts about this through Discord. As well as, live on stream or on Twitter or wherever you want to leave feedback. Feedback is perfect. I would love feedback. So please don't be shy about giving that. If not, if you just want some background noise, if you just want to come by and watch me work, that's fine too. And then all this data will be presented in a comparison to both itself and in a comparison to Apex currently, so that how this will change the game and exactly how this will change the game. And once we're happy with that comparison, both to itself and to Apex in whatever state it happens to be in when we're done, then we will be doing episodes and we'll call the project finished, and we'll move on to some other games and stuff like that along the way. But this is going to be the bulk of my streaming content until we're done with this project. So hopefully you guys are okay with that. I know that this maybe isn't exactly why you followed me, but this is as accurate as I can get to my channel name of Overanalytical Gaming. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like this is what I do. This is what I like to do. If you'd like to know more about this stuff for other games, then you're in the right spot. I'll likely do this for a lot of different FPSs, especially if I feel an imbalance. Otherwise, I've got enough experience to kind of go off of gut feeling and know what's going to work for me. And I don't like if there's a very few guns, then I don't even try, because I can tell what the good ones are off the bat. You know, I know what's going to work for me, and I know it's going to be badass, and I know I can just kind of tell. Like with Battlefield 1, I didn't do any of this because I could just tell. I knew the Hellregal was badass. I could use other guns, but I knew I was beating them easily. So um, we might do that. Probably won't do that, but we might do that. At the very least, we'll tell you the shot to kill and the rate of fire, and to the head, the body, stuff like that. If I can. I think the new Battlefield game mode is going to have some different modes and stuff like that. I don't know if they're going to have the new barrels and stuff affect damage and all that kind of stuff like Call of Duty has. It will likely just affect muzzle velocity and recoil control. I don't think it'll affect damage. Battlefield is the kind of game that if it was going to affect damage, it would be a complete rechamber. So I wouldn't expect the barrel to change damages, but I would expect it to change aim down sight times. I would expect it to change recoil. I would expect it to change muzzle velocity and so on and so forth, even weapon swap time. But I wouldn't expect it to change damages if it was going to go that in depth. They may or may not. They should go that in depth if they're going to go that extra mile. But Battlefield is going to be one of those games that it's going to be changing so much at launch that all the work that I would have done to cover that may be worthless by the time I'm finished with it. So if we do cover Battlefield in this way, it will be into the life of the game when they're done putting out all these updates. Otherwise, we're just going to have fun with it and try to enjoy it and not get so deep into it. This is, for the most part, a lot of the gun changes in Apex have been completed. They don't change it too much at this point. So any changes that they do make are fairly small, which means that a bulk of the work that I do is easily updated, instead of what happens with new games, especially what will happen with Battlefield, is sweeping gun changes across the board that would make me redo like half of the work that I just did. And that's not fun for anyone. So when the game first comes out, don't expect any game data from me. I can tell you that right now. When it first comes out, I'm just going to want to play it, and I'll tell you what I feel from what I can tell from experience is going to be amazing and what is going to be great. And then I can tell you what is definitely further behind. And typically with Battlefield games, the guns that you unlock later are fantastic. The guns that you unlock early are not great. Still viable to a certain degree, but you should start heavily favoring the guns that you unlock at later levels. That's kind of how Battlefield's always worked. So as a quick cheat sheet, it's just use what you just unlocked because it's probably better. So anyway, I'll be right back. Yeah, that's about it. I think we might call it an end. No one really and things. Then yeah, that's about it. Uh, I didn't even. Yeah, we've been live. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and call it an end. I'll keep working on this without you guys around, so I can listen to music. Because I would very much like to listen while I do this. Because it's super mundane, obvious, like easy work that I don't have to do with you guys live. No one's asking questions, and no one's come by. I'm gonna go ahead and take advantage of that and get to do this work more comfortably, because it is a little bit more uncomfortable and boring for me to do this work if I am trying to stick around and be available to all of you. So yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and end. 4 hours is enough. There's no need to have you guys around for the entire spreadsheet making process. Again, apologies for being muted. That's just kind of how it goes. Hey, you're back. Oh shoot! It's my phone's on vibrate. Oh shoot. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, Kate's home. That's fun. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, just like always, we had a great time shirking responsibilities. I hope you guys did too. Don't forget to leave a follow if you haven't already. Consider subscribing to the YouTube channel so you can keep up to date with all the extra posts. The episodes are unedited on the YouTube VOD, as well as still on Twitch. When they go off of Twitch, they will be on the YouTube VOD. So if it's too late for you to watch the episode 1 of the Legend Rework, go to Overanalytical Gaming VOD channel on YouTube, or come into any chat room, even if we're not live, and type in !YTVOD, and that will give you a link directly to that YouTube channel. And while you're there, go ahead and hit subscribe so that you can keep up to date with everything as well. And join the Discord if you would like to as well. There's a PDF of the document that was explained on the episodes in our Discord. You can do the same exclamation point in Discord in any live or not live chat room on the Twitch channel, and get that as well. Then updates have been posted on the Discord that are not on the document as well, and that are not in the episode. Some stuff that we missed that we have to go back and fill in. So if you want to make sure that you know every single thing that has changed, you're gonna want to be on the Discord. Otherwise, if you're happy to wait for these updates to come out and for them to be in a more proper video format, then Overanalytical Gaming YouTube is where you're gonna want to go for the edited videos, the actual final cut, full project, done and done, and then I'll probably post those videos on Twitch as well. So they'll be on Twitch and they'll be on YouTube. But if you want to make sure that you see them in case I don't post them on Twitch, then they'll be on the YouTube, not the VOD channel YouTube. And then we'll, obviously we'll give updates on the way in the Discord and stuff like that. You can always come by for any questions if you have concerns, things that you would take another step further, questions about where I have plans for the meta to shift in the future, or anything like that. So, or even what other guns I'd like to see in Apex. Maybe we can spitball some gun ideas and work them into the meta now, and get ahead of the game. So any of that is possible. Just come by the streams and let me know. So we'll catch you all in the next one.